I just realized this entire time I was muted. So my character was moving for the like past 2 minutes saying nothing. So not only is that embarrassing, but I really want to apologize for the VOD watchers. Um, I'm greeting everyone again. Hello, hello. I am so sorry about that. I forgot that I had muted myself. This stream, I really wanted to pick apart at the trailer, considering the previous reaction or stream I had was more so towards my reactions, and I'd rather actually pick apart the trailer piece by piece as best I can with the information we currently have and what we've been presented. Again, I want to say hello to everyone. I feel really bad whenever I forget that, hey, you're muted, and I didn't even realize it. But I originally wanted to start at 5 o'clock, and I'm a few minutes late. However, I also forgot that I needed to eat before stream. So I was in the process of returning from the kitchen when I'm like, oh, it's time to stream now. So if you hear me being silent, and I in fact do remember to unmute afterwards, and you see my character moving, it's because like I'm eating. But I didn't want to start the loose ramblings of a madman and not have some form of food in my stomach. But with all of that said, hello, hello. It's a pleasure to see everyone again, and I do hope we have a comfortable time. While I go over some key points, I'm probably just going to be waiting just a tad moment, only because I need to collect myself and make sure that I don't become lightheaded with how much I'm going to be talking. But I want to say hello to you in chat. Hello, I hope you're having a good day. Also, if there is at any point like interest, like some of my friends may or may not join. If that is the case, it'll just be a slight pause, and I'll probably switch to my chibi PNG avatar as opposed to, well, the chibi version as opposed to this one here. But I just wanted to have a disclaimer there. But I think it's finally dawning on me how serious all of this is becoming in version Luna 2. Like, we knew things were getting really up there, but it's really coming to a point where, all right, things are moving along very quickly, I feel, compared to past regions, in especially, like, even Natlan. I won't say especially Natlan, but even with that. But also, welcome, Original. Also, hello, Dash. Hello, hello. And the reason I say, while of course we have our moments where in the Archon quest things really pick up quickly, it's not usually until like the latter halves, or like maybe Act 3 or the end of Act 2 into 3 or 4 or 5. Because 1 and 2, like the Acts 1 and 2 tend to usually be, let's establish the world building, let's have the traveler get around and have them explore the area and have players become familiar with what they're getting into. And it's usually a very slow start. I don't know if it's perhaps as slow a start as, say, like Amphorius early versions, but it takes some time. Yet here in version Luna, right out the gate, it has not stopped, and I fear it's just going to continue to escalate. Also, welcome, Venus. To be fair, Sinaloa has been building up over many patches. Oh, absolutely, it has. It has been. We've been getting so much of the sinner's sins in quite like a decent amount of time, and I would be very not upset, but it'd be a bit of a snooze fest if they kind of just glossed over it and didn't do anything about it. And my gosh, there's a lot. So also, oh my goodness, thank you for the subscription, Jam. Welcome, welcome. I am going to pause the music just for a sec because I'm going to be I'm going to play the trailer in its entirety first, and then I'm gonna slowly go back and then like pick apart things. So hyped for Luna 2. I am too. Oh my goodness. I feel I I'm really happy. I know I can speak for myself, obviously, but I also have read and listened to many fans, creators alike, who have been so much more interested in the spark of love for Genshin and its story and world building has ignited because of Luna. So that makes me really happy. I feel like I haven't been this reinvigorated in a while. It was slowly starting to get there with the Natlan World quests. Unfortunately, there was a time where I really couldn't, like, I think I was just burned out of things in general, so I couldn't enjoy Natlan Arc, the Natlan Archon quest, world quest as much. But once I actually had the time to really set time aside and do it, it was so worth it. So yeah. And now I want to rewatch this trailer again because I fear, true, but I feel as though there are some things I probably didn't pick up the first time that I'd like to just revisit now. So also, again, please let me know about the audio, especially for the trailer, because if I need to adjust it, I want to do so as soon as possible.
From the moment I was born, the world itself has been steadily sapping away at my strength.
Oh my goodness.
Iridescent moon, was this truly what you wished for?
We finally got a clear look at his face and learned his true identity. I want you to kill him. He would never suspect.
This is so oh my goodness. Also, this chessboard.
I did indeed lose my power to see the future, right up until
Brian Dotier
now.
and
I
Verofonier.
saw something new.
Why is he attacking the damselette? What's going on?
I can barely sense any Kuvaki at all. This whole area feels like a soulless husk.
This is a threat that the Knights of Favonius cannot ignore. Our only chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all the factions and not Kai.
I can't.
You're placing all your hopes on me, huh? Then I'd say you'd better make it worth my while. I don't work for free. Let the simulation begin.
Oh, I'm obsessed with her music.
Can't hide the truth. Let's see what you're made of.
I will say Varka stands, y'all are eating.
Sethos and a few members of the Temple of Silence rescued Layla, who was out in the desert trapped in a state of delirium.
How many moons are there in the sky?
What causes our rise and fall? What obliterates love and hate?
Even now, with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost.
It's dangerous being too sharp for one's own good, you know.
Just you watch. It won't be long before calamity descends upon us all.
Come on then, Mr. Ray here. Let's pick up.
I'm
where we
absorbing
left
everything
off.
again, and oh my god,
Within the
Sanjurone is
next
so petty. I love
24
her.
hours, we will face the biggest crisis the world has ever seen. Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it?
He betrayed me. Some friendship
I'm
that
a-
is.
Oh my god.
Our king was such a proud, solemn man in those days.
The far side of eternity.
Will you not rest until everyone down here is dead?
But the fragile crown was shattered by lies in the end.
Your little game of heroics is over.
She can never achieve wholeness when the world
Oh,
does not
Tyrion.
accept her presence.
Get Kutan out of here!
Running is our only option. I can distract him, so you'll have plenty of time to make your escape.
Okay. Once again, I get hyped all over again just watching it. Like, I literally was like, don't pause it, don't pause it, don't pause it. I need to just watch it through. But like, my god, like this is so also the music. there's so much I want to cover. There's so much I want to cover. But like let me just play this last part because the amount of chills I got. Oh my goodness.
Running is our only option. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time to make your escape.
Like I can't even begin to talk about. Actually, no, we will. Did we have like 3 or 4 animations just in version Luna 1? Like, I feel the budget was budgeting because the amount of animations we see here, granted, they do cut things up, they cut the voice lines up and everything of that nature so that thing you're misdirected or you're purposely led to be to believe this or that. But for me, I feel like not only has the animation quality improved significantly, but this is just so intense, the amount of cutscenes we're getting. So that makes me really, really happy. So before I even like, I don't want to. Sorry, my brain is just going a million miles a minute rewatching this. So I'm gonna pick it apart piece by piece. And by all means, of course, feel free to put in your own input and things like that because I'm just going to be essentially taking notes while watching this again. And everything they haven't shown too, I'm excited for what they didn't show. Well, that's the thing. These are just the flashy, like some of the flashy moments that they have. A lot of the meat and bones we'll experience ourselves, and then we'll be like, oh, that's what that means. So, my goodness. So, already at the very beginning, hearing her say this is so depressing. Not only is it so depressing, it's so. You truly realize just how weak she is because I would like to imagine, and again, I can only speak for myself, when I think of a goddess or a god or whomever, they have substantial power. And if they're a primordial god, then they have insurmountable power. For someone like Kutar, who is a moon goddess, she is so weak currently. And everything that she is doing, she struggles with. So I feel this obviously, like she's in a very vulnerable state. I mean, she's even hiding here. Only the traveler and select individuals can come here. As we've seen with the final, I believe it was the last cutscene we had where she had teleported everyone to safety, but she has yet to recover. And because of that, it's becoming more and more dire as to how she will continue to exist or the lack there, like in terms of her own safety. Now, I want to believe that the Hexen are like the Hexen Circle girlies will come up and help her, but that's just me being hopium, personally. And I feel again, this is very unless they're going to make a surprise appearance in Luna 2, which again, by all means welcome, but I still don't think that they'll arise until the end of it. Kutar definitely needs help. And thankfully the traveler is here, but we're going against a sinner. Mind you, because she's used so much of her power to assist the Tsaritsa, I have to wonder how she's going to be able to regain her strength. It clearly, like something has to be changing or affecting the way she's able to quote unquote return to the frost moon or um through some means. Because as she currently sits, like she is, as the traveler stated, a damselette in distress. Yet, even with as little power as she currently has, she's still trying to help where she can. We even see, and to those who haven't caught up with Selenic Chronicles, I am very sorry. You will get spoiled in the next 5 seconds. So discount that. But for those who have been keeping up with the Selenic Chronicles, there you even see during some of them where she helps a lost child be redirected home by using some of her energy or some of her power. And while it's not necessarily out of like a goddess's way or any person just help a child, and of course she doesn't want to be seen, and we don't want any attention drawn to her, she's still using the little reservation of power she has to help those who revere her or even those who are just a part of Tavat. I wonder if the Fatui will bring down the frost moon or at least closer to Tavat, perhaps breaking through the sky, and that new proximity ends up benefiting her, restoring her power. So that's something that's very interesting. I would 100% be very, very interested in that, and I could see it happening because the Fatui, in some cases, like how a lot of researchers or scholars that we learn about in Conria were very clearly unconventional, yet they also do, like, I say experiments as like the most umbrella term ever, to peer beyond and to see those results. So when I think of the Fatui breaking through the fall sky, that is something I absolutely believe will happen. I don't think for a moment that the fall sky is going to continue to stay as it is, or at the very least, it will be severely weakened even more because of what their plans are. And when I think of how Columbina, again, at multiple times through a little bit in Selena Chronicles, but also through version Luna 1, we learn how she doesn't know her real name. She's not familiar with a lot of what's happening in Tavat. She's very disconnected in some ways, yet she still wants to return to the moon that belongs to her. So to me, and for her to have that connection is very difficult. So I do feel if there is that breaching, there is potentially that element of her being able to, say, reach, in quotations for lack of a better word. Considering we have Alice, who's the sustainer of the borders. I almost said heavenly principles, but shoot, Alice might as well be a shade at this point, how powerful she is. But I digress. I do think that with Kutar being as weak as she is, being able to connect with the frost moon, that barrier has to be weakened severely or be removed entirely. And if there's anyone who will do something like that, it's the Fatui or the Abyss Order and or both. So it's definitely something that I can see and I would absolutely subscribe to. Because again, I can't recall the exact sentence she states, but I do remember her describing that for her to return to the frost moon is very, very difficult. Even her keeping herself leveled to Tavat is difficult within itself. Yet at the same time, her power is being sapped away. We see here
has been steadily sapping away at my strength.
the flowers are white. And when they're white, that means that there is a significant, like there's something wrong. It's a weakened state. Where she's in a weakened state. And I'm so worried about her because even though they've established that she's doing her best to hold on, this is dire. This is incredibly dire. Also, I am just going to put on a little bit of music in the background because I just completely forgot. Two, I just got so involved in this for a moment because I love her so much. She's my favorite former harbinger, and I'm all about the moons and stars and everything. So that's once again why I'm excited about certain characters and elements. So, but with this, I'm so curious as to, again, how she's going to get her power back. assuming that the false guy is taken down or breached even further, because again, Malika was able to breach it briefly before it fixed itself. So we'll definitely have to see. I also think that's how Alice fits into Not Cry's plot, since Skirk describes her as being a sustainer of the world's borders. So breaking the false guy should summon immediate warnings for Alice. Yes, I agree. While Alice is very Alice, there's absolutely no shot with everything that's going on that she's not going to do something. And I think for a being as powerful as she is, and Kutar, in addition to the sinners being all about, her presence will be known. And I feel like Nicole also will create some, like, sorry, I'm just getting so excited thinking about all of these characters and how things can branch. She's at least making it to Luna 3 since we have more Selena Chronicles. After that, well, there is that. But there's also, because every patch is 6 weeks currently, asterisk. So, and when you do the Selena Chronicles, you see that each point of the moon, there are 6, so a total of 18 weeks. So it is very possible that something significant happens to her in Luna 2 or Luna 3, and we will just have memories or what have you. But again, mind you, we're not even in Luna 2. We're just discussing, like, speculating about Luna 2 because so much can happen. I do feel we're going to, at the very least, learn a considerable amount more about her and I'm not manifesting her death, or I'm not manifesting, the absolute worst to happen to her. But a certain sinner is very interested in the moons, and by interested, I should say obsessed with. And before I delve into the whole Conria aspect of this trailer, I just really worry about her. But I also feel like she will do what she can. I think we could even see a slight personality change for Columbine as she recovers her power. She kind of appears to carry herself in a non-lucid state, almost as if she's sleepwalking. So that's very important that you notice that. Because I know many people have said, like, oh, it's really cute and like adorable seeing Kutar like the way that she is, and I'm like, she is fighting for her life here, and the way that they present this as how she's so disconnected, and not disconnected, I mean, yes, she's disconnected from the world to a degree, but she lacks so much power and so much, I'm struggling to think of the word for her, but it's very difficult for her to keep herself just attuned to being here at all. So I agree, she's definitely going to have a change in personality to a degree. Perhaps because again, even with conversations, it takes a lot of energy from her. She presumably, like, I feel she'd get like lightheaded easy, like stuff like that. Like, she's just not here because she's struggling to keep things together. And her going back to the Frostmoon is what wakes her up. Maybe if we see her blindfold come off, that would be very interesting if we actually do see her eyes and it comes off at some point. I would be very interested, but I'd also be worried as to like what happened, what transpired for you to be able, like, for you to take off your blindfold. So it's just really depressing seeing her, like, as much as I love her to death. She's clearly in a state of, like, she's very vulnerable, and she's especially so in a place where she needs to be able to recover. Yet Tavat itself, like the planet itself, is draining her power, which is horrifying, because how can you recover if the place where you reside is draining you of your essence? So again, that's very very, very interesting. Sorry, I just, so much brain rot about, makes me so sad. She deserves the world.
The world itself has been steadily sapping away at my strength. Iridescent moon, was this truly what you wished for?
I want to scream. Because first and foremost, this is giving, gosh, the iridescent. Like, not only is it really pretty, it's also so horrifying. But maybe because she's the only moon goddess, there were 3 originally. That I do feel like that has some degree of relevance, Venus, because if you have just one god, goddess, etc., maintaining so much of this, so much of the world, um, humans, etc., it absolutely would take its toll on you. And that's not even addressing the forces, natural or inorganic, they be, that prevent you from being able to perform your duties efficiently. Do you think it has something to do about the world trying to go back to its original state, similar to what happened in Chenyu Vale? So I actually think, like, it's hard to say. I want to say yes and no. I feel Tavat is in such a unique state where it's at odds with itself, because even when we learned from, like, just throughout the regions, I'm blanking on exact details as I am pulling information back from my mind, where even the heavenly principles struggled to completely rid of the old world, of the old order, I suppose, if you wish to say. And many, um, and because of that, and after it deciding to create its new order, there's always this sense of diametrically opposing forces in one way or another. And I think to that degree, everything is a mess in Tavat. Like, you had the original state, then you have the the old original state, then you could presumably have the old but newer old state, and here's the new state, and things like that. And all of the contort, like, everything mixing there. I really hope they explain the glitching phenomenon with Columbina and Arlecchino. Oh, I feel like they will. Because even to this day, we don't have a reason as to why Arlecchino glitches the way she does. Now, it's a strong theory, and one that I also believe. I think it largely has to do in part with, because I feel like this is going to end up going into an Arlecchino moment, and I haven't even reached her yet. Um, I feel like because certain elements of the original world or what have you have been erased or removed, that directly affects those who have some trace or relevance to said original thing. So in Arlecchino's state, the Crimson Moon Dynasty was replaced by the Eclipse Moon Dynasty. And because she's a glitch, because of, like, when we learned about Parent Harry and things like that, I feel because she has essence of something that should no longer exist, perhaps that's why she quote unquote glitches in the way that she does. But that's, like, again, before I even go into like Arlecchino, and there's so much there. Also, as a side note, there will be an ad in about 4 minutes. Unfortunately, this stream I wasn't able to successfully put the ad timer there, but I do want to, I do want to place one at the bottom right or left side of the screen in future streams, just so everyone will have an idea. So just want to let everyone know ahead of time. But I do think that's a very, very, very good point, Jam, because characters glitching, to me, is very, like, lore-wise, incredibly significant. It's not, we're gonna be cute. It's, oh, you physically are at such odds with the world that you're, like, not breaking, but kind of you're breaking the code. You're doing things that you shouldn't be doing here, and you have information or power or matter or essence or what have you that it no longer computes, quite literally. So there's so much there. Tenyu Vale's original state isn't even the original state of the world. And that's the thing. It's like, oh, you learned about, like, here's the ancient history, or here's what we know from like these ancient peoples. Guess what? There was shenanigans happening in this time as well. We are 17 seconds into this trailer. Like, quite literally, there is so much.
Iridescent moon. Was this truly what you wished for?
So when she says this, obviously, like many of their trailers, things are taken out of context and moved around so that you're led one way or another. But we do have confirmation, or at least, excuse me, I say confirmation, but this is giving Crimson Moon. I mean, it's giving Iridescent Moon. The issue is, though, at least for me, I won't say issue. That's not the word. In regards to Arlecchino, Iridescent Moon, Crimson Moon, there is a connection one way or another. So the term iridescent in itself means rainbow, very colorful, very beautiful, etc. But once it's shattered, in accordance to like Tavat mythos and its legend, once the iridescent moon shattered, its crimson shadow sank into the abyssal sea. So in my mind, the way that I view that, as you have the three moons, eternal, frost, iridescent, two of the, like, unfortunately, eternal moon, super giga dead. Her moon marrow now resides within the traveler. The frost moon, corpse is in the sky, new moon in the form of Kutar, and struggling for her life. The iridescent moon, when I read that her crimson shadow sank into the abyssal sea, I'm like, oh, okay, so the iridescent moon, the rainbow, the queen herself, the crimson part of her sank into the abyssal sea, and the rest of her is somewhere else. She kind of dripped out, quite literally. Also, I just want to make a side note. I love, in any form of media, moons or suns dripping. Like, oh, it's so, I love it so much. I'm so I'm so sorry. Like, I have to. Like, this, gorgeous. But ignoring that, her saying iridescent moon, was this what you wished for? I want to believe that it's either like, unless it's a flashback of some kind, then she's quite literally asking her, well, I'm just gonna say the iridescent moon, like, what her plan was, in the sense of Tavat, presumably. And also, I think it's very fun that they decided to make the iridescent moon pink, because I don't know if people remember, which I think is also a very, like, obvious nod. Yes, we have the abyssal energies that are usually purple, but not as this pink. So, to those who remember, during Arlecchino's drip marketing, she was, oh, I'm going to stop. There's an ad break. I'm going to wait until the ad break is over, because this is too fun and I don't want to, like, go too far into what I want to say. But I will say I'm very excited. I'm, again, not even 30 seconds into this trailer yet. I am just 15, but I digress. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna play music until I feel it's definitely appropriate for me to not play it. But this color is so purposeful. And this is, sorry if you heard that, this is Hoyoverse, so there's absolutely no way that it's intentional. Or not intentional. Like they just randomly chose this shade. Also, it's so gorgeous. Okay, welcome back for those who were during the ad break. But in regards to this here, I was saying, to those who remember Arlecchino's drip marketing, there was a crimson moon around the time, if not the day of her drip marketing or a special program. My mind, let me just double check. I'm gonna double check because they are so, and by they I mean Hoyoverse, is incredibly methodical. Oh my goodness, I cannot speak. In regards to when they drip market characters, I think the easiest example of that is, well, Garmush or Wanderer. So let me pull this up. Okay, here's the note. Arlecchino, who has the, and you can't see this because I didn't put this on a screen yet, but Arlecchino, who was the title Dire Bale Moon, and ties to the Crimson Moon Dynasty, along with new and full moon imagery, was released shortly after April 2024's full moon, which happened during version 4.6 version maintenance. So not only was it purposefully like, oh, hey, there's a full moon in April, but I don't know how many people know this, but there is, like, the term pink moon is a thing. Like, it, like a pink full moon. And I think in reference to like the crimson moon too is really cute. So playing a euphemia, you'll always be famous. Oh, absolutely. But also on this note, like many moons, any spherical item, symbol, etc., looks like an eye. And when I think of the iridescent moon, I think of Parent Harry, who was in a very quote-unquote dark corridor and did in fact see the crimson moon, and it was an eye. So again, I think they're very purposeful with how this is. Now, what the iridescent moon wanted remains to be seen. The eye on Rarer's hand, hashtag noticing. Okay. Admittedly, I am dreading getting I'm dreading reviewing Rare because I know how my brain works and I cannot afford another Conran, y'all. I really can't. I really can't do this to myself, and I won't. But I will view what we know about him objectively and objectively only. But even with notes I've had for quite some time, the Crimson Moon itself, because again, the iridescent moon shattered and the crimson shadow of it sank into the abyssal sea. I feel from that, from what I can just speculate, is you have the original iridescent moon. She shatters, she fragments parts of herself or wherever. What happened in between that remains to be seen. But some, like the crimson essence of her went into the abyssal sea and it became the source of worship in Conria. So the Crimson Moon dynasty itself too, because remember, Conria had multiple dynasties, but we're familiar with the Crimson Moon and the Eclipse. But In regards to the Crimson Moon, we're familiar with how it quote unquote shone over Conria, and the original House of the Herd was during this time. So when we look at that, or excuse me, when I review that, because I don't want to like speak for anyone, I feel bad doing so. The Crimson Moon Dynasty really focused on attempting to, like, I'm going to get into the weeds here, but between the Crimson Moon and Eclipse Moon, there was a clear distinction in how much alchemy was, like, its not driving factor, but a considerable, it's Crimson Moon Dynasty stuff when there's even more alchemy in it. And then with the Eclipse, the Eclipse Dynasty had a little bit of alchemy, but they were like, oh, we have the Abyss though. And we quite literally learned about that. And again, Aaron Harry, this is just legends and tales. Just like in real life with historical documents, we have to take certain things at face value and attempt to pick apart information where we can't. Also, hello, casual Genshin gamer. Welcome. I hope you're comfy. But I was just saying this because of the two dynasties, I found it really interesting how, to me, how do I want to word this? Because I don't want to, I have a really bad habit of confusing people with how I try to word things. But more or less, when you see the differences between the Crimson Moon Dynasty and the Eclipse Dynasty, you see where the Crimson Moon itself and a lot of the history we have with it feels like it's tying to Arlecchino in a way that I want to be careful with how I word this. So I haven't reached her yet, really, but I mean, we might as well talk about it now. Where, to those who may be familiar with or have her and her signature, in Crimson Moon's semblance itself, it talks about how, to those who revered the Crimson Moon, they quite literally a person's blood is red, it's crimson, and they regarded the Crimson Moon's moonlight as the blood within humans. And of course, rereading that, I immediately thought, oh, kind of makes me think of the Frost Moon Scions and how they injected, their ancestors injected fallen Frost Moon light into them. Now, I'm not saying the Crimson Moon Dynasty Conrians did that. They clearly were just like, hey, the Crimson Moon is powerful. She's the one TM. But I think I'm saying all this to say that ultimately Arlecchino is what remains of the Crimson Moon Dynasty as a descendant, while also having that essence of the iridescent moon within her. And it's large in part, not just because she can glitch and she has very, very mysterious, how she, just her existence as a whole, but also the fact that she quite literally has the Bale Moon blood fire within her veins, which is something completely unheard of. We have never encountered someone else, to my knowledge, who has such a notable ability, skill, lineage, however you wish to put it. So when you have an ability like that for someone like Arlecchino, who, mind you, when she was just testing the Traveler, brought them to some, the Crimson Moon domain and her space, and they couldn't do anything, and you just see the Crimson Moon behind her. It's very on the nose. So I do think she has that essence of the iridescent moon within her. Whether she knows that is something completely different. which is also why I feel it was very important for Dotore to have some of her fire that he now has in like a little bottle or whatever, since he extracted some of that of her essence from her. But I also think because she has the Bale Moon blood fire, that curse, that it's becoming all the more relevant considering the current state of things. Let me also pull up. Would you guys believe me if I said like, I have like 5 notes of Arlecchino? Because I have like a little notepad next to me, and this is from when, like last year, just going through her story quest and thinking like, oh, how do you connect to the moons, Miss Ma'am? She also warns people about looking directly into her eyes, which are very unique. Yes, staring into my eyes is ill-advised. It's like, why? What happens if I look into your... Well, I know what happens when someone looks into your eyes, but... Also, I did find it really interesting because I'm looking at my notes again. In her character story 5, where she details... where she's speaking with Piero, and he's like, we are all instruments to the Tsaritsa. But he most notably states that the Tsaritsa will become a god who will love humanity again. Or something to that effect. Hold on. I just want to double check, because I was like, excuse you? What does that mean? Let's see. I need to find this. Yes. I will be frank. None of you have any place in my ideals, referring to the Harbingers, for I plan to uphold the virtue of folly, but I can guarantee that our Tsaritsa will once again be a god who loves all humans, and her ideal shall all human wishes be granted. Which is so... like, if she's this god of like love, etc., like she does not like humanity by any means. They're like, oh, she loves humanity. Does she? Or what happened? What happened in which she does not? So I don't want to go too far deep into the Tsaritsa now because, you know, iridescent moon stuff. But it was just really interesting how he phrased that, because it, to me, it felt like they're going, or at least the plan is for the Tsaritsa to become so powerful that she is on par with and could presumably like topple the heavenly principles, take their place, or something in between. But again, like rereading this, it really gives the Tsaritsa, like, this is so... Okay, I don't want to... I'm still trying to think about just the Crimson Moon, but like, oh, she's interesting. Miss Bronia, what's going on? Where is... There was also something else I wanted to note here. Oh, so once again, important lore, paywall lore from Gotcha, but it's from the Crimson Moon Semblance. I could pull it up, but I would be shifting between like the stream, which I'm only not even 30 seconds in, by the way. So I'm so sorry. But we will move from this, I promise. It's this particular passage from the Crimson Moon Semblance that really just makes me squint, where actually it's just all of it, to be honest. So I posted it in my Discord because Arlecchino has her own post that I just am screaming about. But let me just pull it up here. I am so sorry that this is going to be hidden for a second, but allow me very quickly. By the time of the blackened sun, which is the Eclipse Dynasty, the name of the Crimson Moon had long faded along with the crimson that had flowed. Only the epithet Bale Moon remained to stain the lingering detritus. Whether the unclean who suffered from the curse, or those unblemished ones not yet tainted by fate, none would again consider themselves a follower of the moon's remnants. You survived the utter destruction of their kind, hiding in the shadows where the sun did not shine, longing for the crimson moon to decree their desire for vengeance be repaid. So, like, to me, that's very, like, rereading past lore about the crimson moon. So let me know. Sorry. The crimson that had flowed is very, yeah. So that's one of the things that's really, really sticks out to me, because that again implies that there were more people with the same cursed bloodline. But Arlecchino reportedly is the last descendant of that, or of the very few that remain, if at all. Because again, this was a curse. The Bale Moon Bloodfire is a curse that now exists within her. So, yeah, oh my gosh, I have so much to, Oh my God. I feel like it's gonna keep popping in and out because I'm just so excited of everything. Who do you think imposed that curse? Renova? I think Renova is so deeply tied to Conria in so many ways. We know that she inflicted the curse there, but the fact that the Crimson Moon is regarded as an eye, she has eyes on her imagery, like she has eyes across her design. Rerir has eyes on his hands and throughout his design too, if you look at it, unless I don't know if she's kikiing, like I don't with the girls, like I don't know what she's doing, but I definitely think that she's tied to Conria more than just the curse, but that could just be me. Because she, like, if you just put Renova like in like you see the Crimson Moon and look at her, you see the connection there. Like colors obviously, but
You wished for.
also this area, unified civilization architecture, like all of this. And then the vignetting here makes me think that this was a flashback or some vision. Like, come on. Because earlier today, I even went to like deep beneath Sumeru, like right before you go to the door of Conria. And it was, you just had to be there. Oh my gosh. It gave me chills again. But reading those notes, it just reminded me how, and again, I also mentioned this in my Discord too, where it's so interesting, at least for the Eclipse Dynasty, and we could even say with, I won't say Crimson Moon, just the Eclipse Dynasty, the push and pull between Conrians wishing to go beyond and understand the secrets of the cosmos, and all of that through the abyss versus just innate human will and the ability for humanity at its core to uncover its own truths. So I find that really fun. But here again, we have the unified civilization architecture, because I'm really happy that recently there's been more discussion about the unified civilization in addition to the chasm underground, the nameless ruins that just seemed to be there. We had no real information about it, with the exception of Dainsleif stating that the architecture looks very familiar to Conrians if it were if it were right side up. Which, again, the unified civilization has, it's all throughout Tavat, yet fragmented into different regions. So when I look here and I see whatever this is, whatever area this is, and we see these towers here and things like that, I have to wonder. I have to wonder what portion of Conray are we in?
We finally got a clear look at his face and learned his true identity. I want you to kill him.
And what this child wants people assassinated, and I need to know the story because I was just taken aback when I heard this. I want you to kill him. He would never suspect. Who are we talking about here?
He would never suspect.
Also, can we talk? Can we really talk about how this is a chessboard? They're so on the nose, it's not even funny at this point. Because mind you, we know that we saw the board game in A Winter Night's Lazo, which is in reference to the Deep Blue. Then we had the Game Before the Gate, which that title within itself is a whole discussion. And it also has an achievement in reference to Deep Blue. And this one here, we have yet another chessboard. So, excuse me, I think it's really important that we unpack this, because not only are the chess pieces the actual characters, it's even more on the nose because we already knew certain the gnosis are chess pieces. Have you considered yourself a pawn? That name card that I'm blanking on. We everyone's a pawn in this chess game that is Tavat. So why are River and Dane facing the same direction? That might not mean anything, but also I think it absolutely means something, because this is Hoyoverse we're talking about. We have two, they're in very specific areas of the chessboard, and while they're on different, they're opposing sides, yet two are on each side, and there's in the middle something that they all covet. So is that child Rere? That's a good question. I'm not sure if it's Rere. I'm not if it's a child who wants to kill Rere. I'm very curious. Also, there will be an ad that starts in 5 minutes. Also, Aether just standing me on the far left. Listen, if I were in Aether's position here, I would be the exact same way. There was a really funny TikTok that someone posted, reposted on Twitter, that was the traveler being well, I need to figure out where, how I'm going to get my sibling and get my powers back. And Paimon's yeah, I'll help you. And then it cuts to Rere trying to kill Columbine. No, Rere coming from the portal. And the traveler's what is going on? And she's trust the process, trust the process. I'm yeah, just trust the process. But yeah, right here, this is all of us. Because respectfully, if there were the sinners going at one another and Dainsleif is also there, I would just standing man emoji. Oh, I need that. Yeah, I'll post it in the Discord, and then I also it's so good because yeah, that's just the state of the story right now. I didn't even notice him there. Yeah. I wonder how he got there by being an absolute queen. Look at him. He said, I'm not a part of this, so don't include me. The line about killing is odd because talking about learning that person's true identity and quote unquote seeing their face feels like it would make sense if it was a sinner talking about another sinner. You know, Lyria, that's a good point. Aether is the queen chess piece. Well, technically, Venti is the queen chess piece, but we can include him there. The Traveler being fresh off of war with the Abyss and Nylon is also crazy. I'm saying they don't get a moment to rest. And you know what? We appreciate go-getters in this house. Good for them. But actually, yeah, Lyria, now that you say that, that's a good point. Again, it could be a very shenanigan-esque situation, but I think it's probably something else. It's like all these chess pieces. This is so... Also, I can't explain it, but Kaya. I can't explain it, but when I look at this, I see Kaya. And I don't know why. I cannot explain it, genuinely. So I'm sorry. But I just think Kaya. I don't know why. I can't explain it. Do you think River is Conrian? A part of me thinks no, because being called blasphemy against death wouldn't feel as impactful as if he has the curse of immortality. I think each sinner is blasphemy against a shade. No, you are absolutely correct in the sense of how all of the sinners, through some way or means or another, are a bit of a dark reflection or some form of mirror to the existing shades. Because... Sorry, I just got informed of something. One moment. Okay, we're good. But so of the 5 sinners, we have Rheindotir Gold, Sertologi the Foul, Verofnir the Visionary, Hropsotir the Wise, and then we have Rerir, Ratio Solnari. So I do believe they're all like Conrian, but because of their power, the curse doesn't really affect them because they're quite literally too big to even really care about it, if that makes sense. Because I fully believe Rerir is Conrian, but I think he has existed and is in such a state where, like you said, the immortality doesn't even mean anything anymore. Because they are blasphemies. Like the fact that Rheindotir has fused with the shade of life herself, she's a blasphemy against life, I suppose, in that regard. When you have like Sertologi, like I guess you would say that a blasphemy of the void, I suppose, and he is his own discussion, my God. But like all of them are very interesting mirrors to what the shades are. And in terms of power, they are quickly approaching that, if not already, considering they all like the abyssal power that was divided amongst them they can easily destroy the world, which is descender level status. This is something that the Traveler also from Canatilla had mentioned that they had the ability to do. The Traveler, again, is not at their full power yet they still, I feel, will be eclipsed, no pun intended, to the sinners because there's just so much lacking there. In before Rerir's 100% to Sertologi's 10%, probably Venus. If I'm being completely honest, probably. Also, there is an ad, so I will pause discussion for just a bit because this is just really fun. Mind you, I'm 36 seconds in. I feel so bad, but oh, this is such a fun discussion. And I feel like I still haven't even covered what I would like to with the iridescent moon, just because of how much information we have and like the different branches of speculation we can go in. I feel like version Luna 1, we're going to have many more questions at the end than we will answers, but we will get answers for current standing questions and a little bit more exposition on what to expect. So I do really look forward to that. But I still strongly feel like there is some parallel between the Crimson Moon, the Crimson Moon's moonlight, quote unquote, in the veins of humans versus the Frost Moon Scions injecting moonlight into themselves to have silver blood. Like, I think there's something there. So,
I did indeed lose my power to see the future, right up until...
Also, the fact that Verofulnir, excuse me, it's going to take me a little bit to properly say his name, but that he's blind and the Conrians are like, stop that. Stop doing what you're doing. And he's like, but why though? And they just didn't. You're going to be blind. Like, I need to know. I need to know why I need to know all of the sinners' backstories. All of them. Especially Hroptatyr more. That makes sense. Riri is like Bakunawa in terms of their immortality. They can survive even after being appeared. Well, and the thing is, with Riri too, he had stated that no matter how many times his body is destroyed, he will come back. Like, his will is so powerful that he's just going to find a way. Respectfully, I think that calls for the biggest restraining order ever, because my God, I would be mortified if I were in any shape or form related to the moon, because my goodness, that is so scary. Like, I have to commend him though, being so mad that you will just always come back. It's shout out to Pep. Like, when you're just so angry, when you're just so angry at the world, but Kent, I am not calling him that. No. Battlefield and Ryan were also the names we said during the Conran crash out. Oh yes, they were. He said Verofnir, Ryan Daughter, Tholindis. The fact that I can just hear him saying that because I've listened to it so many times. God, these Conrians are going to be the death of me. But the fact that he's just always going to be coming back through some, like, how to stop him? Question mark. But
Just now, I believe I saw something new.
Also, I will say, okay, I'm not going to keep replaying this because I don't want to keep seeing Rare. I don't mean that in like a rude way. So sorry to the Rare stands. But I love how he and Dainsleif both have their capes. Like, they're not necessarily near identical, but in the sense that you can see clearly, like, hey, we're from Conria. I love that he has, like, you can faintly see, like, the Conrian symbol, even though it's been, like, completely changed. So I really like that. Jam, don't start. So, Kier, how much are you saying for that eventual Rare banner? I don't think Rare will be playable. Like, how me to rephrase, I will be shocked if he's playable. I don't know why they would make him, because not everyone who looks really cool should be playable. They should just exist as they are. It's kind of like how I suspect that they wouldn't have all of the, like, sinners or the shades even playable. Maybe one, maybe, but like, I don't know. I feel like it took us 5 years just to get Varka, so I don't know how we're gonna be getting Rarier. But like, I look at this. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be looking at this. You guys, I can't do it. I can't add another Conrian. But like, I just really, really like the parallels there. But also, again, He's going to come back through some means or another. Like he said that, and it's not a threat. I mean, for him, it's a threat and a promise. Imagine doing the mushroom jumping commission in Sumeru as a rarer. I want to believe that he had some form of whimsy in him. I don't know if he has that anymore. Maybe the rarer stands or maybe Blythe can provide insight onto how much whimsy he has, but like I don't know if he would enjoy. I don't know if he would enjoy jumping on mushrooms because he even stated that nothing in this world matters to him. Do you think his face is covered because he has a baby face? I think his face is covered because Hoyoverse doesn't know how they want to model his face, so they did that. But also, I think he would, like, he gives to me, like, definitely not as built as Varka, but he gives me, like, he would have the same, like, sharp eyes and all of that. I don't know about the jawline and all that. The rare girls will have to, like, tell me about that, but if we're using the names from Alice's note as alternative names for the Moon Sisters, I think Sonic could be Iridescent Moon, as I think that's the moon he has the most beef with. Yeah, I think like Sonnet, Solnari, like that kind of thing. He feels more like Flynn's than Varka. Oh, I mean in terms of like parts of character models, like not in the sense of him being very chiseled and all of that. He's very lean, very, yeah, like he's just really, like Varka is huge and I'm not going to say what I'm going to say, but Rare has an interesting model. So that's why I feel like they would experiment more there. I don't think the Genshin community could handle his face. I feel if they can't handle his face, they're not true fans. He can be a little silly, but I also think the bandages are there to be like to show like, hey, his body has, or whatever body he attempts to have needs some form of. That's why the bandages are there. He's gone through so much, so he's struggling to keep himself together, and we clearly saw that in his however many crash outs he's had. But also on that note of the Eclipse Dynasty and Conrian, I feel having this tug and like push and pull or tug of war with relying on the secrets of the abyss versus human will as a whole. I find it very funny how when this man emerged from the portal, he was very mad at the current vessel that he has. I'll just say that. And Flynn stated, "You didn't get a human body back, did you?" Which I think is really, because then Riri crashed out because Flynn enjoys being like, he enjoys rage baiting. Like that is just his side hustle. I feel it's very important. Like again, how powerful humans are in the grand scheme of Tavat. His neck also doesn't seem to have reformed. Wait, doesn't seem to have reformed as it's still red. Yeah, like different parts of his body are like recovering or like, yeah. Nodcry be the nation of rage baiting. Listen, I need for Flynn's and Kutar both to just rage bait and have fun. But also, once again, my favorite voice line ever from Kutar was her saying, "No." Like repeatedly, and there was no explanation. She didn't go into detail. No. Like I love her for that. And invite Yai Miko too. Oh, absolutely. Like, oh my goodness. But yeah. I feel yeah, there's a lot here. Okay, I didn't even actually read this. Why is he attacking the damselette? I thought it said who is attacking the damselette, and I'm like, Paimon? I completely misread that. His first reaction being to yell about about the other sinners would make sense if he got sealed away by them. See, and that's a really interesting point you make, Lyria, because the previous stream I had, we talked about how where there reaches a point where you have characters that are so powerful that they're just sealed away through some means or another. And if Riri was sealed away, it absolutely would make sense as to why he would have felt betrayed, excuse me. I wonder if the woman the child was talking to is Tholindis. That would be interesting. He's a moon hunter. Get with the program, Paimon. So the thing is, I couldn't really go further into... Like, I was attempting to discuss and figure out what the name Tholindis, what it could really mean. I do firmly believe the name Tholindis is in reference to the iridescent moon. Or I should say the crimson moon. Because Tholins themselves are complex, oh my goodness. Let me actually not be a fool. And let me not misspread. Let me not spread misinformation. So Tholindis is described as they're described as complex organic compounds or complex carbon chains made when ultraviolet light strikes carbon-rich molecules like methane or ethane. Most notably, they are usually found on the surface of planets, and many experiments that we have recorded information of them are on the moons. And when you look at Tholins, excuse me, or you see samples of them, it's a very reddish, brownish color, though it can be saturated, and it really depends on, of course, the experiment itself. But from the images that I've seen, in addition to the articles that I have attempted to, I guess, absorb or digest from NASA, as I am by no means the most knowledgeable in scientific fields, that it's very red. And to my understanding, these or this are in reference to Norse deities, female, who usually have complex relationships with mortals. So it's really interesting. Venus, I also agree. For me, I feel like Tholindis may be the name a Conrian had, or Tholindis herself is like maybe the vessel of the Crimson Moon in some shape or form. Because I feel like for Riri to scream Tholindis' name twice the way he does, first it was like very pained. Actually, I would say both of them are very pained. So yeah, there's a lot there that I feel I'm clearly missing parts of, but I think would be really fun to learn about, presumably in Luna 2. Immafor Tholindis was a situationship. Barry, I didn't want to say it, but like could you imagine being in a situationship with like a moon goddess? That's so crazy, Arlecchino. Anyway, I feel like with Riri, and because listen, Danes has like 5 exes. Okay, the idea of Tholindis being someone who was very like close to him, that through some means or another died or betrayed him or what have you. I don't even know what to say to that. I'd crash out too if something happened to my moon goddess girlfriend. But like, I'm not gonna entertain this because I'm gonna end up thinking about Riri more than I already, like, I'm just trying to focus on lore discussion. I'm so sorry. I probably peaked my microphone there. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna stop because I cannot afford to think about Rare more, and I'm trying to have a totally just objective discussion about him, truly. Can someone explain his title? He is a moon hunter, but in EN, he is an avenger. If he's attacking Columbina, then does that mean the frost moon is not Solnari then? So the original frost moon, her name was Hure Kutar, in a as recorded in the hymns of the far north. In terms of her successor, we have Kutar. Now, we don't know the name. Like, we know that Arya was the eternal moon. We could presume that it's Aralos, like from the letter that Alice had. But to my understanding, we don't have like her true name, because true in quotations is up in the air. Now, Rayrir, again, I think for him, just about every other language calls him the moon hunter, yet it also sounds like Avenger of the Moon in English. So, which those two mean completely different things. Either he is out there killing moons, or he's avenging the death of one. It is possible he could be both, but I feel in terms of detailing either of the titles, it varies depending on the language. So give me a moment, because I'm going to actually find this. Okay, it's the way Google was way too ready to fill in Rare for me. So this is... He could be hunting down a moon to avenge another, and that's... Yeah. Unfortunately, I cannot copy paste this for some reason. But basically, on... My word. So Solnari could potentially be composed by two Germanic words, Sol, which means sun, and Nari, Narfi, or Nor, which means narrow. Alternatively, some philologists, like Rudolf Simek, suggested that Narfi, son of Loki, may have originally been demon of the dead, and that his name could be related to the Old Norse word nar, corpse. So we have undead man who just won't die. He's too mad to die. I do think the angst would be there if he actually is attempting to avenge a moon, if they truly, because again, we have legends that say the moons betrayed one another. Which ones exactly? Unnamed, but we do know that there are myths detailing how the moons turned on one another. Local man too angry to die gets trolled by a fae and a doll. That's just the title of a YouTube video. Like, that would just be the title of a Rare lore YouTube video. But casual, I definitely think there could be something there which would make it all the more complicated. Because I'm thinking of Columbina's remarks of iridescent moon, is this truly what you wanted? Not saying that she betrayed one, but who knows? What do we know about the etymology of Arlos? Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna Google. Chill out. It is being like, hey, you searched this, so do you want to find this? No, actually. I don't. Please don't give me more river stuff. So unfortunately, I feel like I'm not familiar with anything with Arlos specifically. I have not looked for the etymology of that name, so I couldn't tell you. He's from the Crimson Moon dynasty and wants to avenge her. She also says the moon can be treacherous. She does. She says that, and immediately after, Riri was like, I'm gonna cosplay as your sibling. So this is so stressful. This is so stressful.
I can barely sense any Kuvaki at all. This whole area feels like a soulless husk.
Also, I'm a bit... How do we make of a sinner that can also control moon power? Like, that's just... Anyway.
This is a threat that the Knights of Favonius cannot ignore.
All right, Vivarka girlies, you guys can have fun. Rerir and his Kuvaki sippy cup. I just think Rerir is doing a lot, but also I have to know what got him to this point. Rerir ate it all. I'm curious what happens to his original body. Did he like Rene de Petrichor, Narcissus and Kreuzed it? Or did he like, I need to know what happened there. Do you think Rerir wants to be a moon goddess? Reminds me of when she mused whether having a moon marrow makes one a moon goddess in the same way a gnosis makes an archon. I don't know what's up with Rerir, and that's what makes him all the more interesting to me, unfortunately, because he clearly wants the moon marrow. And he wants Columbina's moon marrow. Unfortunately for her, that means she would have to die, and we don't want that to happen. So I definitely feel he wants the power, but I don't know if he wants to be a moon goddess for Tevat specifically, especially when he mentions that he doesn't care about the world, that the truths that the traveler and whomever else are searching for are very insipid and have no sustenance to them. So, like, I think he would want the power. I don't know if he would want the title, really. I don't know how much control he would truly want over Tevat because, again, I don't really know what he's going for outside of... Because at the same time, I don't think it's mindless, oh, I just want the moon marrow just to have it. That's more Sertology to me. No disrespect to him. But, like, Rerir wanting to become more powerful is something that, like, yes, but I feel there has to be something more there. Rerir cross-dresses as moon goddess when? I would... I have to think about that. Because he's doing a bit too much for me right now. But also, I will say, I do hope he just remains as an antagonist and so insufferable. Because dare I say, I am someone who very much so enjoys some good angst. I enjoy conflict in stories. I really like that. I don't really want them to give him, like, the whole redemption arc kind of thing. I just want him to be a complete bastard, if that makes sense. Excuse my language. So Also, I'm just now seeing that Venus bonked me 20 minutes ago. I don't even remember what I was being bonked for. But I kind of just want him to be a demon. And I also really don't want them to show him being super humbled so quickly. He's a sinner. I think the sinner should be able to have their fun. Oh, you bonked me for Rerir? Listen, I don't think about Rerir in that way. He is interesting. Like, if I were to put him in a bottle and, like, shake him and then, like examine him under a microscope, like, that's how I view Rerir. I don't know if he's going to ever cross the like other threshold for me, but you know. I'm all for Flynn's continuing to clown on Riri with Faye nonsense. Oh, I look forward to it. I look forward to it. I need my number one Faye rage baiter, Flynn's, to constantly get on his nerves. Need a sad backstory, but also needs to stay a bastard. Oh, absolutely. That's what I want. Like, yeah, you can have some angst, but like continue to be terrible. And we can understand why you're terrible, but again, cool motive, still a villain kind of thing. Now, on the topic of Varka, I feel like I don't really have more to say here. Clearly, Venti sent him here for a reason. And I'm honestly curious to see how that plays, because I want to know the conversation between Varka and Riri first and foremost. That's interesting to me because I'm sure they're going to give us like little flashbacks of like, oh, this is when this happened and when this conversation happened. But Riri, like, I'm going to assume like this is after their conversation and Varka's fine. So Riri not fighting Varka to me once again just proves that Varka is so powerful that Riri just didn't want to be bothered. I feel like we in chat have a lot to say about Varka. Oh, by all means. If you have like your theories and stuff to say about Varka, by all means. I just feel personally I don't really have much to say about him because he's Grandmaster Varka. Yes, he looks very cool. His model is great. I think it's because it has not really dawned on me yet just how powerful this man is, and he kind of was just a silly goober to me throughout this entire like the past 5 years. So, like his power, I feel is very up there. So I'm like, he says he's here for the moon. I'm going to assume that means he's going to protect the moon in Mondstadt's like honor, but also I don't know what to say. Like, yeah. He says he's here for the moon, Mondstadt, which almost sounds like he's saying he's here on behalf of Mondstadt rather than trying to make the moon for himself or anything. I'm curious for his story arc and motivations for being a Nodcry. That's another thing too. Like, because he's been so disconnected from the story for a while, I'm like, I don't even know really what to say here. Because again, he's very powerful. He's him. He's a silly goober, but he just walked up to a center and was like, yeah, so what's good? And then just left. So
Our only chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all the factions in Nodcry.
also the fact that he just like one hands a great sword like that, like we get it. We get it, Varka. We get it. Oh my gosh. But also I think it's hilarious how Wolf's gravestone. You're gonna have a signature weapon. If you're playable, you have to have a signature weapon. Otherwise, this would be very tragic.
Chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all the factions in Nodcry.
So you're placing all your hopes on me, huh?
Also, there is an ad break and it will end in about 1:30. So I'll pause for a moment. I'm really curious about what the gameplay will be like as an Animo Claymore user. I'm curious too. Like, I would hope that he's incredibly powerful and set and like redefined, but like I couldn't even begin to speculate as to what that could be for him. Remember when all 8 of them had a basic weapon when he fights Sino? I do. So now I have to wonder what his signature will look like. Also, don't forget to hydrate. That first signature is so 10 out of 10. I'm going to ask one of my mods, Smay, to send me her character stories and signature weapon description, since I need to stay strong. Like, I would like her, but also like the main driving factor for her, for me, outside of just being very fabulous, is the fact that she is quite literally information key. Like, the information buff she has is so cool to me. Like, the fact that you're able to get more information from NPCs is like, oh my goodness. I really appreciate having more information like that. And I also appreciate that they basically started from like with Nahida. So it's like, she's very interesting. I do want to know her backstory. But I'm a lore person. I need to exhaust all dialogue and know every dialogue option, ending. Like, I'm that person. So that's the main driving factor for me regarding her. So again, I'm very, like, I don't know, but we'll see. Also, welcome back, everyone. I know Arnold's really tempted to get her just for that. Well, and that's the thing. But I know myself, and I probably wouldn't even really use her that much. I would just have her in the party for the buff, and then she'd just be kind of there because I really like Lauma more. And so I have more fun with Lauma. But we'll see. I think what will really determine it for me is this next set of drip marketing. The moment I see the next set of drip marketing will absolutely solidify if I would even consider getting Nefer or not. Because again, it would be really nice. I do enjoy her a lot. But if they were to get like, if they were to give Durin or like Nicole or something, I wouldn't even look at Nefer. If I'm being honest. Like, genuinely, if it's Durin next, I will get you on a rerun if I really want you, Nefer. It was nice knowing you. Like, the lore buff is nice, and I would love to see what other options she has, but in regards to future characters, Durin is priority. So, yeah. Sorry, Nefer.
Then I'd say you'd better make it worth my while. I don't work for free. Let the simulation begin.
Let the simulation begin is such... That's such a sentence. I do appreciate how sassy and confident her poses and animations are, truly.
Sethos and a few members of the Temple of Silence rescued Layla, who was out in the desert trapped in a state of delirium.
Like, why is my baby trapped in the desert? Like, I need to know the information here. I need to know. Why is my baby trapped in a state of delirium in the desert? Like, it reminds me of Barzan being trapped in one of Deshret's puzzles for a century when she went out on an expedition. And I'm wondering how she even got here to, like, really got here. Like, did something possess her? Was she mentioned, like, is this quest, like, well, it's clearly a quest, but is this like is this the event story itself? I feel like it would have to be. But at the same time, we see not cry characters here. So like
A few members of the Temple of Silence.
like Lauma and Yehoda are here. So this is so interesting to me.
Rescued Layla, who was out in the desert trapped in a state of delirium.
How many moons are there
Like
in the sky?
Like what? I need her right now. I need her right now. I need her and Barbara Loth and Mona. I need them to be together and say, someone is sabotaging Layla because she knows too much lore. You're so right for that. It's also why Mona is nowhere to be found. Last time we heard about her seriously was, I would say, Similanka. But before that, it was the 110 Archon quest. So, but the question, how many moons are there in the sky, is so pointed. Mona heard about a biblical flood and said, I'm staying low. She said, y'all got this. I'm going to mind my business elsewhere. But Layla herself is such an interesting character to me because we clearly see, like, she's not human. She has the same gradient, like hair gradient that Flynn's does. So I'm going to always hold on to the fact that she is like a Fae descendant or something. But I'm just curious, like, more about her. So the fact that she's like the star of this, it's really fun for me. Fela is certainly a theory. But I'm like, oh, you're an elf. I would love to see your parents. Can we like learn about them too? Or your family? Like, can we learn more about that? Layla questioning how many moons in the sky. Regardless if it's through her delirium or not, she is very knowledgeable about astrology and astronomy, so it makes sense. But I want to know the context of this more. So,
What causes our rise and fall? What obliterates love and hate?
Even now, with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost.
that sounded okay. I know I'm getting there because I'm like, is that Rare's voice? I feel I am treading a dangerous line here. Like, it sounds him before he it sounds pre-Crash Out, like original Crash Out, because every Conrian has their Crash Out TM and then subsequent Crash Outs. So this to me sounds like it was during a time. It's probably a flashback or some realm, maybe some like ley line distortion or through some means that will showcase these memories. But that sounded like him, and it's probably because Infurious Girlies know who I don't even have to say his name. It just I can hear it, and I heard it with Rare. POV Welt logs into Genshin to explore a bad ending. Barry, please never manifest that. Never manifest that. Never manifest that. I love him so much. Welt only deserves the best. Also, again, unified civilization and Kanomian architecture. This is diabolical to have like a man with brown hair with like white and gray. Like, I don't blame people for being like, oh, this looks like Welt. Also, the fact that
in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost.
It's dangerous being too sharp for one's own good, you know.
I'm so angry. That absolutely is Rare because in the cutscene, I'm gonna believe it's Rare. It's him, one, because of what he just said here, but also the cutscene before he decides to before he attacks the Traveler and Flynn's, he says you two can be driven mad by knowledge.
It's dangerous being too sharp for one.
Like, literally replay that cutscene. He says you two can be driven mad by knowledge. And something about like to think that you'll die for their sake or something to that degree. But like next time I see Rare, I'm going nerd. Oh my gosh. I can't believe you would call Rare a nerd. You're way braver than me. I just wouldn't even be in the vicinity. I wonder why he's crossing out names. I am too. I'm being completely honest. I have to wonder, like, is he... I can't even speculate because I don't know what he's doing.
It's all good, you know.
Like, what? I can't keep listening to his voice over and over. Just, like, for my mental health, I can't do that. So, I have to also wonder... Again, I think this has to be some form of memory, or if we're going through some truly distorted realm of some means. But we see, like, this is so... Also, I didn't notice this before. There are like purple gems floating here. I know this could just be particle effects, but also purple usually signifies the abyss, so... Even now, with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost. And then, well, sun shining high in the sky, eclipse, black sun, etc. But I'm going to assume these names are maybe people who left, maybe people who... I'm not sure. I can't really discern what this is right now. But this absolutely gives me eclipse. Like the sun shining high in the sky, especially. That's eclipse. But again, this is the Crimson Moon versus the Eclipse Dynasty kind of thing. Like, we are of the Eclipse Dynasty now. Why would you call upon the Iridescent Moon or Crimson Moon? So, curious.
It's dangerous being too sharp for one's own good, you know.
Just you watch. It won't be long before calamity descends upon us all.
I think that's that child we heard before. And that's just interesting to me. I think there was a list of the traitors of the House of the Hearth who got their memories wiped, if I remember correctly. Yes, I believe so too.
Come on then, Mr. Right here. Let's pick up where we left off.
Within
Calamity and Tavat, fork found in kitchen, please help. Like, I feel really bad because when I think of like a cataclysm, something calamitous, a catastrophic event truly shaped the entire world, and it was so gargantuan, so massive. But then I feel there are lesser disasters that are just lumped in terms of Tavat's like storytelling a lot of the time. Like, oh, here's a calamity, and it's more of a disaster, but that's just semantics at that point. But you are completely correct. In fact, I'm going to pin that because it's just so good. Also, I have to commend Sanjone for being so petty and holding a grudge against Riri. Like, this is genuinely so funny. She's Because she was so upset that Kutar removed them all. She was so confident that she was going to defeat Rerir. She literally was like, I equipped Polonia with the most state-of-the-art technology. I studied his behavior and his powers, and I could do it. And it's like, Sandrone, I believe in you and I believe in you thinking that you can defeat Rerir. Like, I believe in that part of you. However, comma, I would caution her, but I mean that her arrogance, that's her hubris, her you know, something that I think is really fun with her, because she could easily prove us wrong, but until that time comes, I believe in the her that believes that she will defeat River. She said, girl, I literally have this new .exe file. Once Polonia loads, like, it's over. Like, I have programmed the state of the art things for Polonia. Rerir will never know. And it's like, Rerir doesn't even know that he like cares about technology like that. So he would just easily kill her. She's so goofy. And I really love her for that reason. I love her so much. I really hope she's Marianne Guilton so bad. I do too. I think, well, I feel like it's going to be a, here's a part of her that has now become its own entity. That's how I feel it's going to go with her character, but I could be completely wrong. I'm still really excited that she is so ready to fight this man. And I have to question, okay, because to her credit, I'm going to assume she knows that he is not at his full power. So then I'm going to assume that she has thus equipped Polonia with whatever she needs to stop him when he gets that point. But at the same time, I need to know what she's going to do. Mind you guys, we haven't even seen or like met Dotore yet in this region at all. Like, we know the stronghold is his, presumably one of many. I don't know if he'll make an actual appearance here. We'll see. But like, I have to know. She really downloaded Navia.exe. She said, I can defeat that freak over there way quicker than you guys ever could. Also, this moon marrow, I literally don't care about it. I didn't ask for it. And this isn't even my jurisdiction. Go away. But at the same time, Polonia was putting in that work. I will give Polonia that. Because had it not been for Polonia, the group would have really been struggling. Well, Polonia was already doing pretty much good at 10%. Now with the improvements, they could probably actually go toe-to-toe. That'd be really fun. That'd be really fun to see. Like, Sandrone's genius competes with that of one of the 5 centers. Polonia was serving Svarog realness. Oh, yeah. I will always put respect on Polonia's name. They were doing it. And the reason why I say that, Sandrone, what are you going to do? Because I feel while Polonia especially is very powerful, this is still a sinner at the end of the day. And maybe it's because I wish to see some degree of chaos in Tavot's story. I just don't want Rerir to be humbled, to be honest. I just kind of want him to be able to be unhinged and do whatever, even though I'll be very sad for the results. And seeing how the party will bounce back from that. But also, where even is he? Like, hold on. I need to rewind this because I'm like, how did you even get Rerir like in a building to begin with?
Come on then, Mr. Right here. Let's pick up where we left off.
I'm assuming he's just like outside of whatever stronghold this is, because I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. It's so funny that Flint has been beefing with Ghost Rayrear for like maybe years. It's been a considerable amount of time because Rayrear mentioned how Flynn's ruined his plan yet again. I'm like, again? So Flynn's just been griefing you for what, decades now? Because even though Flynn's okay, this is very headcanon-y from me. So again, this is just speculation. But the fact that Flynn's was like, oh, I have this very interesting, totally normal rock in my lantern. Wow, the Wild Hunt really seems to want this. Well, it's mine, so I want to keep protecting it because I can't put it anywhere else. So I'm going to do everything that I can to prevent it from getting into the wrong hands, to which he even admits to the Traveler. And he makes a good point, like, where else am I going to put this if I don't guard it? So Rayrear has been doing the most trying to get it back, and Flynn's is just like, no. No, actually. Flynn said he used to be able to beat Rayrear easily before he recovered more of his power. Yeah, that's a good point. Flynn eats rocks. Well, I know he collects bones. I don't know if he eats rocks. That may be lore I'm not familiar with. I don't have him at Friendship 6, so Flynn secretly just ate the rock on a whim by sticking it in the lantern, doesn't want to admit it. Flynn is very goofy. Oh my gosh, Kent, you're right. You're right. Because whenever people give him food, he feeds it to the lantern. He feeds it to his fire, which is him. Well, yeah, I guess he literally just eats rocks. He really is silly. Electromen will never defeat the allegations.
Within the next 24 hours, we will face the biggest crisis the world has ever seen.
And there is father, fathering as always. I love that she looks like a spider. I also love that it's giving Renova. I also love that it's giving Crimson Moon. So I'll be honest. Ooh, I really want to see Arlecchino fight Rayrear. I really do. I'm greedy. I want to see them fight. I'm so curious about the Fae, especially with a lot of people mistaking Paimon for one. That's a good point. There have been like 3 or 4 NPCs just through like average dialogue and World Quest dialogue that are mentioning like, oh, is that a Fae? Oh, your Fae friend there. Oh, Miss Paimon's a Fae. This is so interesting. The greatest crisis the world has ever faced. POV Faney's just rolls over in bed and snores louder. I think Faney's needs to stop being a fraud and wake up. Even though we're probably not going to even get a glimpse of them until Shneznaya, probably. Like halfway through Shneznaya's quests. Rayrear's heart was in his mouth, but he never swallowed. I think Flynn's is very goofy. And because of that, his goofiness, okay, like I say goofy, but like in all seriousness, he has been very effective in preventing Rayrear from truly returning to his power, even though at this point Rayrear doesn't care. So we'll see. And once again, when I think of Arlecchino, Crimson Moon, etc., oh, it's there. Like, it's right there. And another part of me wonders, too, Arlecchino has truly tapped into all of the potential that the essence, assuming that is what's within her, that provides that Bale Moon blood fire, that cursed bloodline within her, like, when it awakens. Additionally, the fact that Rayrear has, quote unquote, fallen into the moon's reflection if that is a form of betrayal he's experienced, whether through the moons themselves or the sinners, the phrase falling into the moon's reflection just makes me think of when Arlecchino had the traveler looked into Arlecchino's eyes and they went into her crimson moon realm. I don't know if that's a one-to-one, it probably isn't, but it makes me think of some degree of some form of entrapment, loop, something like that. Freedom comes with a heavy price. Yeah, it sounded very empathetic and also at the same time very, very heavy. I think in the next big interlude teaser, e.g. God's Limits, Winter Lazo, Phanes is going to wake up. So I actually feel not only will we see like the Tsaritsa and stuff like that, like her reveal, I think we're going to get, I think we're going to get like a little bit even more of a teaser for Phanes. But I'm still in the I believe Nibelung is being revived theory camp, hopium copium. So the sovereigns will rise again. It'll be once again a catastrophe. So Finon 2, Electric Boogaloo. He cannot look like Finon because I'm going to be going through it. Again, I will not switch sides, but I will be going through it. I do believe quite a few fans are like, oh, Phanes is probably going to look like Kevin Koslana. So as long as Nibelung doesn't get res as a cute anime girl, oh, well, Kenneth, I don't know what to tell you. Technically, in Tavat, these beings can take on whatever form. It would be cool if Nibelung was just dragon, but I'm not saying he'll be playable, but the most that they'd probably do is have like a Kukulkan moment in like a cutscene or a flashback, or give him like a humanoid form. Because even Novelette doesn't have a lot of draconic features. It's just ears, kind of, and eyes. So we did get lucky with Jiren, correct. Wait, but Phanes isn't even a dude. They don't have a gender, right? Correct. Phanes is genderless. They are known from one of their many titles as "Oh God of Gender Unknowable." They're just whatever. It's just often people refer to, I think, gods in default, like he, him pronouns. Phanes technically would just be they, them. I would be fine with Novelette. I just don't want to get Fireflied again. Whatever they decide to do is just what they will do. He is a twink then. I feel like if they were going to showcase us like Nibelung in this day and age, because Nibelung is far too proud to even have any kind of humanoid form, I think. So I don't think he would be like that small-ish, because Nicolette isn't a twink, he'd be more of a twunk. Also, there is an ad happening right now, so I'll come back in about 1 minute 30 seconds to continue about Arlecchino. But yeah, I would just say curb your expectations, Kenneth, until that time comes, because we already see the fiasco that has been going on in ZZZ Worlds. So. But I will say, I am very, very excited. I also love in media seeing characters that have abilities that have like wires or cords, lines, things of that nature standing on them very gracefully and completely balanced. I love it. This is so beautiful, and it's so beautifully haunting, I think is the way I would describe this. The way that she's looking down like at her prey. Just like in her boss fight, when she enters his form and you move ever so slightly like a spider, she immediately just pounces on you on her prey. So I think that's really fun. But as I continue to pick this apart bit by bit, I do feel, actually, I won't say I do feel. I do wonder if we will have, I'm not going to say even significant character death, because if anything, I think it'd be like a fake out. And then like, um, it would be like, oh, character was severely injured and they've lost a considerable amount of power. Now they need to recover forever, or something to that effect. Nibelung has Apep vibes. Well, and that's the thing. I feel he's far too prideful and powerful, and his legacy, he would never wish to don a human form ever, through whatever means. Unless they're going to do some, here is reincarnated Nibelung who suffers from amnesia and doesn't know who he is, and he comes to understand a human, they can actually be really kind. Oh wait, where have we heard this before? Oh, they're coming to terms with learning about themselves again and everything that they've done, everything that they've lost. What's happening here? Oh, now the two sides of themselves are fighting. This is interesting. Like, unless they pull something like that, I feel like he's just going once again to be too mad to ever want to don like a human form. Given that the shades are a part of Faney's, it's interesting that they're referred to as she, her pronouns and even refer to each other as such. I think that's interesting too. I think one of the cool things about gods throughout mythology is, at least for me, any form of like, unless explicitly stated, usually when it comes to like gods and deities, things of that nature, they are just gender fluid, possibly androgynous, or they're just beings who take on whatever form whenever they want, and they don't necessarily care. They will just don whatever form is easiest for them to communicate with humanity, or if they wish not to be understood, they just won't at all. So I think that's just really interesting. For the heavenly principles, though, usually I will refer to them as them, but whenever I hear Faney's, I'm just like, oh, I think of Finon. So I say he, which I need to stop because they are not the same character. So by any means. So unless, Fanny's is Finon from the absolute worst cycle ever. uh where okay.
Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it?
Also, seeing her completely like incinerate these enemies and then just sit down in her chair. Father. Quite literally father behavior.
Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it?
He betrayed me.
I am going to take a moment because he's back. Like, to give me Dainsleif next to the brothers here, like, this is so sad. Dainsleif was betrayed, and then we see Albedo's like, yeah, here's my older brother, even though technically one could call Albedo Durin's older brother, technically making him. But like, oh my god. I want to go on about Albedo and Durin. Let me go into detail about Dainsleif first because I'm going to actually lose my mind. So, another Dainsleif X in a bag, please. Do you think they'd update Dane's model outfit when he becomes playable? I think he kind of looks outdated compared to the newer ones. I feel like he will, because I think for games like these, and I could be wrong, I feel like they have models, like the character models for the cutscenes and certain quests, and then they have separate models that are the playable models you have. So I would hope they get updated. If not, it is what it is. But when you compare, say, Varka's model to all of the past male models, it looks very silly. Um, Hoyoverse is a company that has so many resources, so there's really no excuse, and they probably could easily just update the models when they do, because I think that that would be the most appropriate action, especially when you compare it to like version 1.0 characters versus version 5 point, excuse me, not 5 point, versus Luna 1. You see the differences in the models, in the textures and the clothes, colors, etc. So it's they definitely experiment, and we see, but I would like to see updated models. Even if Dainsif just looked like this, it'd be fine because I love Dainsif regardless. That would get him regardless. But I feel, again, it's a very, we would have to wait and see. So I feel certain models have to be updated, and other ones are just like, all right, we'll just leave them as is. Case in point, Varka. Varka would have looked really goofy if he just looked like Dainsif, if I'm being completely honest. The Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius is known as a titan, powerful, etc., etc. It makes sense for them to give him a much more muscular build as opposed to just having him be the same lean physique that they usually do. They updated Skirk's model, so there's definitely a precedent. Yeah, and that's what I mean. I definitely think that they could, and depending on the character, would. But I also feel some models desperately need a rehaul, and I kind of wish that they would do a Final Fantasy 14 route of just having a huge graphical update at some point, and for us to see updated models. So even Llamas is modified, yes. So, but I am very, very excited to see Dainsliff back, to hear Yuri Lowenthal. I'm going to cry when I listen to this in JP because I'm going to hear Kenjiro Tsuda. But I I'm so curious. I haven't completely discerned where he is either. Um like cuz he's just like right, like I can't tell super close in. So also hello Cloudmark. I can't tell where Danes is in that pic in the curatorium. I I feel like it might be.
Nice, doesn't it?
He betrayed me. Some friendship.
Because it's so zoomed in, you can't really tell. And then, okay, I can't look at these two right now. I'm gonna go on a tangent. Oh my god, my babies.
Doesn't it?
But like, I definitely think
that
he's somewhere there. He has to be. PS4 support going away in April. Yeah, and that's another thing too. With the updates, like as a live service game, Genshin Impact is going to have to cut services where certain things can no longer be supported, and console was going to be the first to go. So seeing a PS4 was inevitable, but you think Riri gets defeated this patch and then move on to Dotori next arc? So personally, I think if Riri was defeated this patch, I'd be very disappointed, because I feel with sinners, they shouldn't be treated like Saturday morning cartoon bosses, if that makes sense, like baddies of the week. If he is defeated, I feel like the only way to defeat him would be like to seal him away or something, which would make him even more angry, which would have been hilarious. But I feel like in terms of conflict, I don't think it can be Riri the entire time. But I also don't know where, like, Cassandrone is very much an antagonist. She's currently working with us because, well, I say working with us in quotations. She has her own motives. What they are, unsure. But again, Luna is going by very quickly. We're done with 1. We're going to 2, 3, probably 4, 5, 6. So I have to wonder how much of this is going to, like, this is actually interesting to think about because the scheduling is so airtight in Not Cry, which is something I really appreciate. We're just going straight into it. But if you think about it, there's not enough time. Genshin Arc 1 is already going to end, and there's like 2 more areas left, so they got to pick up the pace and start dealing with the sinners. Well, the thing is, the sinners are super endgame, and I feel we still have the rest of Not Cry. We still have Snezhnaya, and we still have Conria. We also have whatever else is going to be happening post Conria, but I won't, because this is just Tavat's arc. I do feel like the sinners will be in the Tavat arc, but some of their stories we may not actually deal with yet. The reason I say that too is because let's say we focus on River now. The other 4 sinners, one, I don't know if we're going to be fighting all of the sinners because I feel like the sinners don't, I would need to be convinced, or the story, I guess, will have to tell me why all of them are such a threat to like, we know that they betrayed Conria, et cetera, but I feel like if they were to just hand us the sinners left and right, it would just be really boring because we wouldn't really have more antagonists or individuals of interest who could be again antagonistic towards the traveler, because I don't think Rare would just we'd be over in Luna 2. Like, I definitely think he will be defeated for sure. Defeated, sealed away, etc. I just feel like we have so much to explore with all of them. Because again, unless we know for certain, come, like, the way that I see it, I feel like Rare is going to keep getting more more power percentage up throughout Not Cry. It's not just going to be in Luna 2. Maybe Luna 2 he'll be at like 25% or something like that. Like, to like an Iron Tomb kind of situation where continues to become more and more powerful as time progresses. However, there will be a cutoff point. We'd have to see. Sertology absolutely will be an antagonist we have to fight, though I think that will focus more so with Skirk, because again, we haven't, and I want to put a pin on this too, I feel like we as society have moved on from Skirk way too quickly, because what do you mean she comes from a different planet that were very much so IPC'd and her people were destroyed, and now she is here wandering in Tavat and in the Abyss? Like, I feel like we also haven't touched on that either. So I feel like Sertology's arc, or whatever's going to happen, will be there too, which I don't think could really be done in just like a version. So, and mind you, Skirk also saw, like, when Skirk came to Tavat, the moons had already been destroyed, yet she still felt the presence of the iridescent moon. So even though she didn't know it was the iridescent moon specifically, she felt the trace of a moon. So, like, I feel there's some more stuff there. But basically, I do feel and understand what you're saying. I just think that it'll probably be a bit longer for Rare, especially maybe until like Luna 4, maybe 5 if they push it, but I doubt it would be that far. Have you done all the Not Cry anecdotes? No, I have not. Unfortunately, I have not. And after stream, I'm actually going to be doing a world quest that I accidentally stumbled upon, I think. And I was unaware because I was just being goofy with Flynn's. So, yeah, there's like a lot with Skirk that we haven't covered, I think. And something, since this is just the Tavat arc, we have a lot more to explore with the 5 centers. Dane's lifts, Dainsleif is an interesting character to me because I need to know what he is planning on doing against the Five Sinners. I say that lovingly because I don't doubt the power he has. I just need to know what he's going to do. Now, again, this could just be me being super Dainsleif fangirl moment. But again, I think he's powerful, but unless he's doing the most 16D chess playing and really has things in the bag, he just kind of looks like he's big mad and can't do anything. And I feel like there has to be more there than that. But I also feel there is something there, and I just can't tap into it. Because he's a character who deeply loves or loved his nation, was betrayed by multiple people, now is staunchly against the Abyss Order, fell out with the Abyss sibling, and has his own plans and plans on stopping the sinners through some means. Like, the more I think about it, it's just he's so isolated because he really is just his own one-man army. But also the fact that the Conrads are literally a soap opera, because what do you mean his brother has also been blinded due to his own prophecies? Sir Talogi is out here. Sir Talogi was born, I think, in like the prisons or dungeons or something like that, and then vowed to get stronger and is now out here eating galaxies. And he's not actually eating them, he's just like turning weapons into galaxies or what have you and absorbing power. And then you have Rarrier doing Rarrier things. Rhyndotir is a shade, and Horoptatir is just chilling. So I need to know what Dainsleif is going to do or what he plans on doing. Because he also challenged the Traveler by stating that if they're if they truly deem that they are worthy, that they will defeat him in battle in regards to their siblings. I don't know. The more I think about where he is in his story and what he can or potentially cannot do, I just grow all the more curious. The sinners don't seem to be moving as a collective either, so what's good? Well, and that's the thing too, because the sinners, while they all have insurmountable power, well, I say insurmountable, while they all have such massive power and they can easily destroy the world, they're not like a group team. They're not like buddies. They don't like kiki like that. But we know Sir Talogi and actually, hold on. It's Sir Talogi and was it Horoptatir? No, I don't think it was Horoptatir. Skirk, excuse me. Excuse me. Skirk mentions that two of them are forming. Oh no, it's Rhyndotir and Sir Talogi. They're both searching for some form of perfection. And the other three are they're just out here. So I really have to wonder what the plan is here. Now, I don't inherently think that all of the sinners are inherently combative and want to destroy the world and want to conquer galaxies. Like, I don't inherently believe that. But I do think this is a situation where it's going to end in multiple tragedies one way or another. Oh my goodness, Noctinu. Hello. Oh my goodness. What is your important news? I must know. Also, I've been rambling and I'm not. Music, I keep forgetting. Oh my goodness. Thank you for telling me such important news. Thank you. Thank you. That's so kind. I almost feel like Skirk versus Sir Talogi might be an allegory for the Traveler and Dainsleif. I think it absolutely is. I also think that many stories we've already been told in Tavad are just rehashes from, like, story elements repeat themselves. Like Decarabian is just the Heavenly Principles. I have met your Nod Cry husband. I love how you say Nod Cry husband. Flint, he's so silly. I love him. Does he creep you out or do you have thoughts? Because whenever I talk to him about people, it's one of two. He's either adorable and like they're little scrunkly, or he is so creepy and they don't want to be bothered ever. Spooky, scary, non-cry husband. Well, I mean, I quite literally told my friend the other day, like, we were like looking at character models and how they've, some of them have, upgraded over the years. And like, I'm like, look at him, look deep into his eyes. They're like, they're full of so much love and care, and you can see the anguish. And she was like, girl, it looks like he hasn't slept. We are not seeing the same thing. And I was like, oh my God, you're a normal person. I forgot. I cannot say this to you. I cannot say this to you. He's a cutie patootie and Paimon needs to stop trash talking him. Honestly, when she was like, oh, he's like weird. Why? Like, this guy is uncomfy. I'm like, Paimon, what are you talking about? And he's like, oh, I'm a gravekeeper or whatever. And she's like, that's so weird. I'm like, so people can't have jobs, Paimon? That's so rude. But yeah, all jokes aside, he is very comforting. Like, I genuinely love his character. He's so funny. And I also love his lore. So I look forward to seeing more of him. I look forward to also seeing more of him in Not Cry. And when we eventually get to Pyramida and new regions, I'm going to be probably in tears. He is scrunkly. Oh, he is. Can't a man collect skeletons and peas? Yeah, when I learned that he collects bones, I was like, aw. Yeah, that sounds about right. But I really, really look forward to learning more about him. Because I know, I feel like the universe is against me. Because of course I'm talking about Flynn's when Dainsleif is on screen. But listen. Actually, okay. I have to pause this lore discussion for a moment because I am so frustrated. He is yet another blue man. Yet another blue man. But also, there's going to be an ad break in 5 minutes, so please be mindful of that. But also, thank you very much for the follows. Also, welcome in everyone. Hi, Leah. Is this Flynn's talk? Yes, this is Flynn's talk. At the moment, I even forgot how no, it's because Noctine was like, oh, I met your Nod Cry husband. Even though I was talking about Dainsleif. Please don't put Flynn's in the basement, Hoyo. I need him in events. If they put him in the basement, I'll be so sad. Dainsleif is already there, but like it would not be it would just be something par for the course for them. He has to show up at Lantern Rite, I swear. I need for Flynn's to have a very, like, even more cute interaction with the Traveler. For me, he has a lantern. He does. He has a lantern, and River was big mad what was in his lantern. Hi, sorry to have this be the first thing I say, but weren't the Fae also made from rearranging bones? So the Fae were created from fallen frost moon light and the bones of gigantic beasts, quote unquote. But also, I personally believe that those were just dragon bones. So I think that they were quite literally made with frost moonlight or moon power light and dragon bones. But I really do think that that's where they are and how they were created. Because I was just thinking about the process of like creation in Tavad and energies. The girlies are fighting, Riri and Flynn's. Nocti. Listen. I, no joke, think I talked about Rare for like 20, 30 minutes. I won't say against my will because this was just fun. But yeah, the girls are fighting, and Flynn's is the #1 rage baiter. Actually, I would argue him and Columbina both. So, with that being said, I do think he will probably be, guys, mind you, this is supposed to be about Dainsleif, and I'm talking about Flynn's and River again. I hate it here. I am so over it because I haven't even talked about Albedo and Durin yet, but I'll get there. With Flynn specifically, let me not. This is supposed to be about Dainsleif. I want to end up going on a tirade about Flynn's and the Snowland Fae. But TLDR, I was just thinking about the origins of creation in Tevat and all of the primordial energies we have about. So, average day with Blue Man discourse. I mean, in my defense, at least in Genshin Impact, there are only like 2 blue men that have my eye. One of them's gold. So I like to think I'm safe. I like to think between Zhongli, Dainsleif, and Flynn's, I like to think I'm good. I'm praying so hard we can hug Durin. I would probably no joke, when we learn about Durin, I'll probably cry on stream. Like, the more that we talk to him and we learn about him more, I'll probably get emotional. I'm just letting everyone know now. I'll probably cry because I love Durin so much. But the only connecting factor between Zhongli, Flynn's, and Dainsleif is that they're all old. I hate that. I hate that. They're giga old, and they're also deeply tied to the history of the world. I didn't choose that, but my mind was just like, I like that one. Blue, gold, blue, nice contrast though. Like, literally, there's no one else. Another win for the... I'm never saying that sentence, Barry. I am never saying that sentence. No. And technically, between like... I'm the same, but add Novelette. I feel like I deeply love Novelette, but there is something... Okay, this is supposed to be about Luna too. Let me not completely derail this into husbando talk, unless you guys want to, but we have to return to Dainsleif and Albedo and Durin, because I haven't talked about them. But like, Novelette Zhongli, you'll never know how old I really am. I mean, we also don't really... Okay, we technically kind of know how old Flynn's is. Flynn's is like giga ancient. Which I also did not foresee. Okay, I imagine he would be not human, but like, if I were to actually think, he's really old. Like, super old. We know Zhongli, and mind you, we know that Zhongli is at least 6,000 years old. Novelette is light academia vibes, while Flynn's and Dainsleif are dark academia. Oh my gosh. Like, but yeah, I'm just gonna wait for the next like 30 seconds. Guys, I literally made myself some food. It is now cold because I got so distracted talking about it. Give me a moment. Kiryu, when I streamed earlier, my cereal got mushy. It was depressing. I still ate it. So I'm going to rewind this and give me just a moment.
Crisis the world has ever seen.
Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it?
He betrayed me. Some friendship that is.
So, okay. When I hear him say this, I think of when... Okay, how many people have betrayed Dainsleif by this point? Because I feel like this wants... The way that they frame this trailer is as if Dainsleif is being... He's talking about Rarer here. But I don't know if I want to, like... Not that I don't want to believe it, because that sounds like... it's like fake news. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But... I'm thinking of when... Like, I'm thinking of Sertology, Hadden, Dainsleif. And if Dainsleif was cool like that with Rarer, then I'd... But... I don't know. I don't know what to make of this right now. I mean, if they were friends, I mean, it would make sense considering the sinners are all... They were of high esteem. It would make sense that they would be familiar with one another. Obviously, Dainsleif with them, but I don't know. I do love him. I do love my wife. He's really ridiculous because he's so mad. He's so mad and alone. He's literally a wet cat. He is the saddest, wettest cat, and I need for him to get it together. But someone pointed out on the Sinner's chessboard that Aether is a little tiny baby in the bottom left corner. Yes, we were talking about that earlier. My queen Aether was literally just like a standing emoji. Standing emoji while all of the chess pieces are on the board. It just looks so funny.
I've missed this.
I am going to... Okay. All right. Albedo and Jurin. So, first and foremost, I think it's hilarious how not hilarious. We have reached the point where we have Jurin, the Jurin. Okay, I say the Jurin, but he is here. And he is with family. To hear I've missed this makes me tear up a little bit because we've come such a long way. I know this is supposed to be me thinking, but like when I see them next to one another, I want to cry because Albedo brought his brother to life in a way that he's able to be free and make his own decisions. Also, I really like his design is so cute. I also love how there's so much scarlet quartz on his design. This is really cute, like the homage to that. I love the colors. Sorry. But one thing that I'm really excited about seeing is Jurin's story and how he's going to navigate through Nodcry. We already have... And that also makes me wonder when Wander is about to pop up too, but that's a slightly different tangent, where Jurin's existence, and I should say historical Jurin's, was a very depressing one, considering he was incompatible with Teyvat, unfortunately had to be killed, yet only wanted to soar alongside Dvalin and Barbados through like I'm going into like a Simulanka spiel, and I really don't like. I'm going to cry, but I just personally wonder when I see Albedo here, I not obviously I want to know what plan he has in store with Alice, but I feel it has to be more than just like we're obviously here to help, but there's a deeper reason excuse me, a deeper reasoning for that. Also, the Albedo family tree is wild. I still want to do a stream where we try to figure out where everything is, who is connected to what. But honestly, this little scene makes me think Jiren's soon. We got Nefer's story during Luna 1. Jiren's looking pretty involved in Luna 2. Personally, what determines whether or not I will even look at Nefer is if we get Jiren drip marketing in like a few days or a week or so, it's over. Like, regardless, Jiren is priority. Jiren is baby. I will have Jiren. I will have his weapon. Like, there is no ifs, ands, or buts. I need Jiren. But I wonder if Dottore is a true big bad of Nodcry. Dottore is interesting to me because this entire situation is very, I'm going to sit and watch. Because as a scientist, he just likes to see what happens with his experiments. He never involves himself unless he feels it's necessary. So for Dottore, I don't feel he would. I just don't think. I'm trying to figure out how I want to word this, but I don't think Dottore is really going to. I shouldn't say won't really. I don't find himself doing anything until like Luna 4. Because I feel like he wants to see what happens as a result first. Sandrone being there is just whatever to him because everyone's expendable to him. Because whatever he wishes to do. Because like let's unpack everything Dottore has done and where he is at this moment in time. Like he already has substantial information about Kuvaki energy, and at least in Utaru's case, her power because she talked about, oh, he's really boring because all he wanted me to do was like fire things all the time, like use my powers and stuff. So I feel it won't be for some time, at least until Wanderer is introduced, that we get anything with Dottore. Because he's a wild card. At least for me, I don't know what he really wants to do. He has a vial of the Bale Moon blood fire that he could easily use to burn down Irminsul. He has information, presumably like samples of Kuvaki itself, directly from the moon goddess herself. And he can literally do whatever he wants. Because everything that he does is very center coded, to be honest. But I feel like he's more interested in seeing the results of whatever everyone else is doing first. So I don't have a definitive conclusion on what I feel he would do. Do you think Ryandotter is tracking down the remaining sinners for her new job in Celestia and informing Alice who's on the prowl? I think to a degree, yes. But I also feel like Ryandotter is still doing whatever she can, like what she can get away with as Rhynberius for now. But I also feel like she's expecting Albedo to confront her at some point. I think it's also going to be interesting seeing both Albedo and Jiren potentially confronting their mother. That would be fun. Do we know how long the Archon quest will go for? So currently, I believe we have information on Luna, like in the very first Luna, like version Luna special program. They talked about Luna 1, 2, and 3. No, I think we saw 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm not sure about 5 and 6, presumably. I could see Dottore and Gold getting along. Oh, they absolutely would. They absolutely would. They are kind of like two peas in a pod at the end of the day. I feel like that would be very, very fun to a degree. Although apparently Dottore vibe with Crucia. Well, Dottore is Dottore. That being said, I think for me, I'm really, really wanting to see how Jiren comes into his own character here in the moon region of all places, which I think is really thematic, especially considering the relationship between, like, he isn't a dragon in this sense, but like having a dragon in the moon region is just so, I love that. Like, obviously he's not a sovereign, but you know what I mean. And I want to know, again, what role Jiren will play here. So again, I'm still just really speculating. I feel I'm just excited. And I love this frame so much. And then also the fact that they're next to each other, and Albedo had like his entire camp in Dragonspine so he could be closer to his brother. Like, that's so cute and very sad. But Albedo deeply loves his family, and I especially love that he came to understand just how important relationships are. I especially adore that he has his found family. Like, he has his family, but also found family too. So again, to see Albedo next to Jiren, but they're actually like right next to each other makes me really happy. Also, again, I'm just obsessed with this design. So we'll see. We do see his horns and tail, and horns, tail, and wings. That makes me happy. So sorry. I just got really emotional for a second. But saying that he missed this, I'm going to assume being with family. And festering desire matches his drip. 07s. 07s to those who don't have festering desire, because man, oh man. But also, this jumped back really far. I didn't mean to do that. But when I also think of Jiren, I think of Albedo's very convoluted family tree, because we also haven't met his older brother, the white horse. So, like, how much more do we have? Like, okay, I'm going to assume, unless stated otherwise, that certain beings in Tavad are just they're all connected. It's just everything points back to Albedo. When in doubt, everything just points back to Albedo or alchemy in some way. It's why, like, I want Albedo and Flynn's to interact, because the Fae are creations of alchemy, at least to me. When I read that they were created from fallen frost moon light and potentially dragon bones, it's quote unquote the bones of giant beasts, but I'm going to assume that those are dragon bones. Somehow fuse, mesh together, make the Fae. That, from Koitar, like, teaching the artisans that while creation, it gives alchemy. I would love for all the products of alchemy to converse. Like, could I get Albedo and Flynn's and Jiren and Wanderer again, and like, I want to have them have a conversation. It would go poorly, but like, I would like that. So, and then you're gonna give me, okay.
Our king was such a proud, solemn man in those days.
The far side of eternity.
Will you not rest until everyone down here is dead?
Okay, why? Okay, I need to know. I need to know.
Will you not
So it's red. This is very red. It reminds me of Crimson Moon's semblance a lot, but I'm also thinking of the Arlecchino's boss drops where they, in the Crimson Moon Dynasty, excuse me, Crimson Moon Dynasty held rituals and sacrifices to her. So I need to know what's going on here. And they gave us so much in this trailer. Sorry.
Rest until everyone down here is dead.
But the fragile crown was shattered by lies in the end.
Okay, I'm not going to listen to his voice right now because I'm trying to focus, but also, like, the way that those hands are desperately clawing to the moon. And we actually saw this in, like, there was, I think it was like it was somewhere, I can't remember, where you see, actually, okay. No, it was in the special program itself when they showed us the stage. There was the one side that showed, I'm going to assume, like it's the frost moon, pure white, untouched on one side. And then you had a giant, what appeared to possibly be an eye, or maybe it was like the remnants of iridescent moon, who knows? And now we see this. So for me, I also forgot I can just slow down. But like this, this is so ominous. Wait, no, this is also going to be very terrible for me because I will want to take pictures here. Like I will want to take pictures and I also want to see. I'm still thinking about Albedo and Jiren, and I know that he's on the, also this is a diabolical quote to end on. Not end on, but like to pause. But the fragile crown was shattered by lies in the end. Let me see who is saying this before I get too ahead of myself.
Rest until everyone down here is dead.
But the fragile crown was shattered by lies in the end.
So Rerir is trying really hard to stop the traveler from having him corrupt and or take the moon because he really wants that moon marrow. Assuming it's just the moon marrow that he wants. But this voice is not, this moon is not, this quote.
Down here is dead.
But the fragile crown was shattered by lies in the end.
Okay, yeah, this is Alhaitham. I'm going to assume he's referring to Deshret here. I'm going to assume this is part of the event when they're like deep in somewhere, because mind you, they're also here to help get Layla from being trapped in delirium. We need to save my girl. But I'm assuming Alhaitham is seeing this or saying this because of something regarding Deshret. Which means I'm going to need to revisit Deshret lore again. I used to be so deep into it, but it's been like 3 years. So I just, my mind. But this is such an on-the-nose quote because while it is about Deshret, I'm like, man, this also just applies to the heavenly principles in the false sky.
Your little game of heroics is over.
He can never achieve wholeness.
My baby. My baby. Stop. Also, this. These look like eyes. Oh, they look like petals. I can't even begin. I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know what's going on with him, but it's not my responsibility to figure out what is happening, kind of, to a degree. River's attack is so similar to Arlecchino's boss attack. They do share similar movesets, and it's primarily like due to the fact that they're polearm users, but also due to them both through some means being in relation to the Crimson Moon. Because I really struggle to find. I struggle to not see River connected to the Crimson Moon in some way. Or the iridescent. Well, yeah, mainly the Crimson Moon. It just would be very out of place, I think. So it's. I wonder if River is going to be like Viego in League of Legends. I unfortunately do not know who that is. I am very sorry. I am not cultured. Like that move, my word. And baby. She can never achieve whole. This is about Rhindaughter. It has to be. Hold on. My baby Duran. I want to cry. I don't want him hurt. You can hurt Riri, but don't hurt Duran.
Lies in the end.
Your little game of heroics is over.
She can never achieve wholeness when...
Actually, this could be about Kutar. Wait, I actually think it's more about Kutar now, because we do know that like Tevat itself is sapping away her energy. She's constantly being drained of her strength. She's struggling to stay connected to Tevat, and even just existing takes such a heavy toll on her. So I do think, because we talked about this previously, it's a tug of war between old Tevat and new Tevat going against one another in terms of energies, in terms of peoples, in terms of orders, and it collapsing on itself. So here, the fact that this could be about Kutar just makes it all the more depressing. Because once again, she wants to return to the Frost Moon. She wants to return to the moon that is hers. And yet...
The world does not accept her presence.
Get Kutar out of here!
Running is our only option. I can distract him, so you'll have plenty of time to make your escape.
I will say... this is so... like... excuse me. Let me just... like, the idea of all of them fighting together. Llama was like, sorry, no. And the Traveler and Flynn's running up on Rerir. Love that for them. This is... even though... like, I can't even... like... I'm just really excited. It's just... seeing them fighting here together again is just really fun. I also adore that Lam was like, where are you going, sir? And I also love how he is having none of it. Like, you guys are cute. No. What I don't appreciate is him chasing her like a madman. He's just like, I'm going to get you. The fact that he like easily breaks through her barrier too. Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. But also, listen, I will say he's dedicated. I'll say that much. Riri is so unbothered. I think it's just hilarious how in his mind, he's like, why does everyone insist on trying to stop me? I have this Fae who keeps thwarting my plans. I have this dumb variable of a Traveler who is now in my way. I have their really annoying friends who keep getting Like, they keep stopping me. You fools don't understand. Stop. And then, mind you, he's just he's not standing an emoji, but the fact that he's 10% health. Well, it was like, let's not wipe them in a millisecond, give him 10%. Well, the thing is too, is like, why? Okay. I'm really angry because I can't afford to think about Rivier more because I already have too much Conrian stuff in my head right now. But it's how like, okay, this to me reminds me so much of, remember in Sumeru when Dottore was like, Nahida, hello, uh, don't get too cute with me. I can kill you very easily. And he was absolutely correct because he has powers comparable to that of gods. And we know that the sinners, with their like the abyssal power divided between them, they all have the power to completely destroy the planet or a planet, with whichever you wish to say. I believe it was the world, though, when they described how powerful they are. So this to me gives Rareware can easily kill Kutar, but she's like, sure, I'll be the distraction. And the traveler's like, I don't know if that's a good idea. Like, respectfully, like, I want Kutar safe with the girlies. I don't want Rareware anywhere near her, but I'm also messy and I kind of want more conflict. Best case scenario here, obviously she's fine. I personally think that he's going to be able to like stab her or like do something. Like, he's going to do something, and then she's going to really have to be in her hiding place because I feel this man is too, what's the word? I feel like if he gets too close, then Alice will be like, all right, that's enough. You're cute, sealed. Like, I feel if it gets to that point, then the Hexen Circle will step in because they really are just watching right now. She doesn't even have her strength. It's been sapped from her ever since she was born. Yeah, like she's very, very weak. Also, there's going to be an ad starting, so I will wait. But I will say, I love the moon barrier. This is very cute. But again, so they beat Rary, but Columbine exhausts her power or something, right? Well, I believe that through some means, she's not going to be able to not function, but she's not going to be able to do really anything for like the rest of Luna 2, and especially not Luna 3. I think she will be removed. And so we're going to have to get Nicole or Alice, or they'll intervene. Like, I think Nicole may make her appearance soon because, like, let's say Kutar loses a significant amount of her power, because clearly he wants the Moon Marrow, but we don't want her to die. So they're going to fashion something to protect her. Or maybe Kutar does she trolls him and traps him in some space or something because he already fell into a moon's reflection before. So maybe he does it again. But, it's just, I could definitely see Alice Nicole interfering at the end, but at the same time, I feel like that's too Deus Ex Machina. So I don't think it's going to be Alice is going to completely cage him and he just can't do anything anymore. I think it's going to be more of the lines of, Nicole is going to be like, I'm going to steer the party in the right direction. And I will try to do what I can to see where it would be the most appropriate for me to make my appearance known. Because there's no way I think Kutar gets out of this unscathed. Plus, that'd be boring. If I'm being honest. Like, I love me my power of friendship and like things happening where we need help, but we're against a sinner, and I feel like the stakes are high, and thus they should be high. But again, Because again, the Hexen Circle, they themselves are they're about that life. They don't, especially like Alice, Nicole, and we clearly see with Rhine-Daughter, they are not bothered. They are quite literally unbothered. If anything, this is just entertainment to them because Nod Cry is quite literally a show for them. This is theater. After all, Barbados was terrified of them. Was like, let's not fight, please. Well, she is damselette in distress. She needs her knights to help. I personally think the only thing that could probably stop him in this moment would be if somehow Kutar was like, I'm going to trap him in like a realm or something, and then he poofs out of existence for a second until he comes back. That's the only way I see her out of this. Because unless Polonia like comes through, or unless like it would again have to be some form of last minute saving. To be honest, maybe logic would dictate Hexen Circle would have to interfere earlier, but if we go with the theory that the traveler's journey is scripted, Elio style, then like maybe certain things have to happen for them to win. Well, that's where I'm more leaning. But at the same time, again, I'm not manifesting any form of disastrous end, but I definitely think something is about to happen here. And I don't know if like he doesn't seem like someone who's just gonna let it go, you know? Actually, canonically, yeah, he doesn't let it go because he comes back every single time. He's so angry. Man is too old and too mad. So I think something is going to happen here. Bring back his wife. I can't believe he wants to bring back the Crimson Moon by killing Columbina. Like, that's so crazy. That's so romantic, though. he just wants to bring back his wife. Like, oh my god, it's like hell. No, but I do think, because we had mentioned this earlier, I do think the Lindis is, if not the Crimson Moon, or a version of like maybe the vessel of the Crimson Moon or something, or perhaps a completely, totally normal Conrian woman who just so happens to fall in love with a sinner or something. Like, it could go that route. Yeah, they do operate on that more chaotic neutral moral obligation, yet with some meditated plan. He seems reasonable. Smay. So you're telling me that, okay, to your credit, Smay, he probably was reasonable at some point. Like, Rarier probably at some point in time was like, he probably was. Conrians and their hater energy. I don't. So the funny oh my god, I forgot about him. Okay, the thing is with, and I don't mean like a disrespectful way, I'm just like, oh my god, there's so much in this trailer. But for Rarier, there's clearly something that made him the way that he is. And I think the Lindis could be a key factor into why he is very obsessed with the moons. Mind you, again, the Lindis, like as a name, is already connected to the moons in some fashion. Thunder Thighs Varka, listen, that was not, I did not intend for that to be there. Like, yeah, we still don't know who this child is, who's just like, I want you to kill him. You would never suspect. Like, okay. I don't know who this child is. Smay, every character cannot be Greg. Like, that doesn't, no. I can't explain it yet again, but this is Kaya. It's giving, like, Kaya. I don't know how to explain it. It's just Kaya to me. That's what the G in Genshin stands for. Greg. Okay. But I say all this to say, again, I don't think, actually, I can't even say he's not unreasonable because I don't even know what Varka said to him. Varka had a whole conversation with them and he's fine. And we see him just chilling with everyone else later. So like clearly, I don't know. I will not dismiss that he could presumably be reasonable to some degree, but not when it's like the stakes are like this. He is just after one thing. So again, and I definitely think this is not going to be solved with just Varka evil calling it now. If Varka was evil, that would be the most catastrophic thing to like. That would actually be the cataclysm for Genshin Impact. I just want you to know, Smay. If Varka is evil, that would be so disastrous. Like, if Varka was secretly working with a sinner to actually have the moon underneath, like, and was able to go through all of this even without, I can't say without Venti's knowledge because Venti knows everything. His mother knows everything. I know I encourage it. Varka working with this man seems really scary. Like, if Varka was actually evil, I don't think, no, we would never hear the end of it. And also, that would be such a twist, to be honest. I would just be so sad. Because it's like, man, wait, what if the mission of Varka was sent by Venti? I'm delusional, but I could be cooking. Well, that's the thing. Like, if it was Venti's grandmaster plan to have Varka pretend to be evil to like double cross or like to cross the party like that, I don't know. Varka isn't in any of the shots with Riri because Riri is distracting everyone while Varka accomplishes evil master plan. #truth. Oh my gosh. I can't believe Varka's evil. Oh my goodness, this is such a shame. But it does, okay, I'll be completely honest. Regardless if Varka was good or evil, it does not matter because he's hot at the end of the day. And if he's a hot villain, that means that people are less likely to care. like, wow, Varka betrayed the Traveler to everyone and all of that, and also pretended to protect the moon. Wow, that's so cool. I wish he did that more. Like, that would just be so copium. If Furina can pretend for 500 years, so can Varka. Anyway, I do feel that it's going to be a time, TM. Also, there's something about okay, this cutscene is probably going to make me scream because she's literally like, stay away from me. And he's like, no, though. Actually, you like oh, Kutar, I am praying for you. The silly cap? She's just like, please stop. There's something so hilarious about the moon goddess posing like this in front of a sitter. I know I'm devolving into silliness because this trailer has just my brain power. I do feel Varka is someone who has a level of greed unrivaled and will do what is needed to get results, aka getting the moon, Columbina, even if it means working with the center. That is possible. The thing is, I'm not going to discredit any theory because I enjoy entertaining theories because quite literally anything can happen, even as linear as some things may appear to be. So, do I feel Varka is evil? In my heart, I want to say no. However, anything could happen. So, and I also need for Columbina to be okay because I need for her to be to have an interaction with Venti. So yeah, I do think so. Okay. What? Okay. Why does Rerir want Kutar? Look, I'm pretty simple. I do love evil AUs. Oh, I mean, AUs are fun. I mean, because if I recall correctly, Rerir can manipulate abyssal energy and Kuvaki and everything else. Presumably, he will kill the weakened moon goddess because he wants her moon marrow for power. Now, if he genuinely wishes to revive Athelindis, then that would be a, again, I think I mentioned this before. I don't think it's that simple though. I don't think Rerir is that, like, yes, he wants to be powerful. Yes, he will recover his power, but I don't think it's as simple as I just want to kill the moon goddess. Just to kill her. Granted, he is the moon hunter or moon avenger depending on the language. Maybe to see the past. If you get all 3 moon marrow, maybe you could see the past super clearly. That's a good point. Well, presumably I would say all of them. So the moon marrow, I think, while it is a sort like a incredibly important and powerful source of power, I would also to some degree think that they all share similar qualities, if not the exact same. Like how it's currently in the Traveler, who themselves are a record keeper, who record and observe everything that happens in Tavat. It's just within them now. They have the essence of the eternal moon. And Utad presumably has the frost moons or her own moon marrow. So, and then that also leads to question, where is the iridescent moon's moon marrow? Is it in Arlecchino? Is just some fragment of it within her, or is it somewhere else? So that's just, I'm just thinking. Like, we know that Conria wanted Sun and Moon back in the day. Well, again, I really want to, I have any theories. Also, I realized this entire time, music has not been playing, and that's much, that's because I'm so blah. You know what? I'm gonna go to my tried and true because it's very comfy for me. Just a moment. So I do think that here, again, I think Kutar is going to get harmed in some manner. And now I'm not sure. I feel like, oh my god. Also, this is so violent. This is so violent. Oh my, y'all think Reindotter spilled the tea to Varka about Rerir? Probably. I feel like Reindotter, she loves information and she values research, so why not? But I feel like she may also have wanted something in return, presumably, possibly. He is so angry. He is so angry. I wish the best for her. Oh, she really just wanted to recover. And what makes this all the more devastating is because if you're up to date with the Selena Chronicles, even though she's being sapped and drained of her, like, all of her energy from Tavat, she still wants to help people. She still provides her blessings and power to those who are lost. Obviously not in like the exact same way that Nicole does, but she is a very sweet and caring goddess, even though it may appear at times she's not. So to presumably see her being in such a state, oh, it's gonna be so rough. Granddaughter being a shade still sends me. She really said if you can't beat them, join them. I think Granddaughter also just wanted to see what would happen, because the shades quite literally just tolerate her. But because Nefarious allows it, and now that they're fused, it's something they just have to deal with. I'm trying to think if there was anything else that I really wanted to cover. I feel like I joked more about Nefer and Layla and us going back to Sumeru and Nodcry. Like, I think there's something there that I really do want to revisit, but I don't think my brain is going to process that right now, because I'm mainly thinking about Conria and the moons themselves and their relationships. You know, the fact Rhindotir is a shade makes me wonder, does Celestia even care about the sinners? That's a good question. I think if the Heavenly Principles cared, they would have woken up by now and done something, but I think that this is very much so I'm not going to move and I'm not going to do anything unless it's absolutely necessary. Because at the end of, not the end of God's Limits, at the end of their discussion, Renova did mention that it may be time for them to involve themselves in one way or another. So there could be some degree of involvement, but to what extent, we're not sure. I'm the most curious about how Istaroth is going to be involved here, though realistically, I feel it would be more we'd get more Rhine-Daughter considering Albedo, Durin, etc. But they're just going to be more active regardless, considering we are really revving up in terms of the story. And also we haven't even, there's like a lot of avenues we still have to navigate here in Nodcry. And so I think this is going to be quite the turn. I also want to mention that I probably won't be able to do the Archon quest until the weekend of, but we'll see. We will see. Or, so that may be like Friday, maybe Friday, Saturday, when the patch, because I can't, whenever a new patch releases, I can't go on social media because of not only leaks, but due to story spoilers and everyone just posting everything immediately. And I would hate to be spoiled for something as big as like the Luna series for me. So just as and I'll remind in the Discord as well, please consider joining if you would like, because I yell about lore and I also would just enjoy talking to people about random things, but I digress. I'll post it in announcements, but usually I try to do it no more than like 4 or 5 days after the patch releases, because there's going to be so much new information. I also really feel so much of like Nodcry, we still have to go to Pyramida. We still have like those other islands in the distance we haven't ventured to yet. So there's a lot. I've been avoiding social media like the plague this month because the new Pokemon game is coming out this week. Oh, that's right. I forgot that ZA releases this week. Well, you are more than welcome to talk about it in the Pokemon channel. I no, I probably will be like hiding, even though I don't even have a Switch 2. So I would like one because I would love to be able to like having a Switch 2 would be cool. But I think ZA won't be something I play for quite some time. Dainsliff is starting to remind me of that tweet where someone complained that they just found out all their friends were in a polycule. Oh my goodness. Please. To be honest, I worry about Dainsliff, but I know I shouldn't because he's just, they're going to do something with him. And when that time comes, I will scream in both agony and joy. It will be a difficult hurt, if that makes sense. Old man yells at Cloud, my beloved. Well, because it really feels like Dainsliff, it's like, ah, yes, the sinners. I hate them and they betrayed me. Meanwhile, they're over here killing moons and absorbing or becoming shades. And like, Dainsliff, what are you doing? I don't like that she's like, I will distract him. I don't like that. I don't want anyone to distract the sinner, to be honest. If I'm being completely honest. I don't know if I like that. Oh my gosh. I still want to know who this child is. I want to know why Layla was trapped. Why she's in a state of delirium. I need to know. There's no distracting him, I'm afraid. There's a Tumblr post that I could say here that completely encapsulates him, but I can't. I literally can't. Oh, it's so appropriate though. Where is... I think this will be easier. Also, Millie Asher Wonderland. I quite literally am so excited for that. I am so excited about making an OC, but at the same time, like, because I know there was the interest in having like more regions, but I think the reason why we don't have that is because of Millie Asher Wonderland. We would have so much to do and to be very overwhelming. Madam Octavia, I was not familiar with your literal game. Okay, we're getting Hexenzer. I think we're going to get her lore or degree of it in Millie Asher Wonderland. So that makes me happy, but also I'm so concerned because I don't know what to expect. Like, I haven't even gone into the Hexen Circle. Like, there's just so much happening, guys. I feel like I'm not ready. I love that we have skin tone options for Miliastra. I am very happy that they have slowly started to integrate. I would like for them to see to have a few more shades, but anything is a start, and I am very appreciative. So I am happy that theoretically I could make my stream avatar my Genshin OC, who actually has an updated look. And within the coming months, I think I will be updating my PNG model, so I'm excited about that. But it makes me happy because I'm like, okay, I can actually make a character. So I saw some critique about UGC being quest locked, but I'm not entirely mad at it. If UGC is heavily based on Genshin's world, some context is probably necessary, especially with the elemental reaction system. Oh, I haven't even seen that. I feel... So I suppose, do people only want to be able to just log on to Genshin and only do the UGC stuff? Because if that were the case, then I think that that's a bit... I don't want to say short-sighted, but if you're going to play it, like if it's based in the main game, I imagine they would want you to be at least somewhat familiar with said game. So it's not even like that, it's like not even that much in my opinion, but to each their own. I think you can access it as soon as you unlock the wish system. Well, that's the thing. And it doesn't take that long to unlock the wish system. Some people were saying it should be separate from the main game, and I get that. Okay, I can agree and disagree with that. I do feel like it probably would be better if it was in its own kind of game, if that makes sense. But they probably just want more people to always be in Genshin Impact as a whole. So I just, if it's not the entire thing, that's cool. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure how they're going to do this, but we'll see. I also especially want, oh, that's right. So in my Discord, to those who would like, I would actually love to be able to exchange UIDs to those who would like. So we can visit each other's worlds and stuff in Miliastra. I think that'd be really, really cute. So I will do that in the Discord and stuff like that. So I look forward, because I really want to make a cute stage where it's just Hex and Circle core and a lore area. So if we have lore discussion streams and people want to join me or just be around, then we can all just be comfy there. I think that'd be really fun. Which I know technically could just be a Serenity pot, but you know what I mean. That being said, I really look forward to Luna 2. I know there's like a lot in the trailer I still need to go over, and I'll probably I'll figure it out. Oh yes, Barry, I saw... No, you're fine. I saw it. I didn't respond to it immediately because I was distracted doing something else, and I think I went to sleep or something along those lines. So, but now I'm gonna have to like revisit everything again so that I can have a more thoughts. I apologize in advance if I clutter your timeline with posts, because I've been just revisiting a lot of Genshin's history and lore. And as we ramp up for Luna 2, I find it'd be the most appropriate to be able to revisit certain aspects of its story, because there is so much. Again, revisiting like Sumeru, like Layla, oh my gosh, sorry. Just seeing her makes me so happy. So yeah, I really look forward to that. Did we have any like lingering theories or thoughts? 'Cause I feel like for the most part, I think I've said everything, because I feel like the majority of my thoughts were just really tied to the iridescent moon, as well as to some degree Kutar herself. I'm so excited. She's one of my favorite 4 stars. Yes, I literally am so excited to see Layla again. And I can't wait to see I can't wait to read this boss's description. I was so happy to see Kaveh and Redacted together again. I don't even remember last time we saw Kaveh, to be honest. But he's a cutie. I'm really happy to see him too. And now we're going to be, who knows where, oh wait, predictions. How long do we think the Archon quests are going to be? Oh my goodness, of course an ad starts. Oh my gosh. But yeah, how long do we think the Archon quest is going to be for this patch? 8 hours? 10 hours? It's the amphoriasification of Genshin Impact. So I think it's going to be... I'm going to guess 7. 6, 7. That's why, once again, I can't... Because like for lore players, for me, it's going to take me like 8, 9 hours. For people who skip through, probably 4.5, 5. I do my quests in bursts so I don't feel fatigued. No, that's excellent, Vega. You should never force yourself or brute force yourself going through quests because you will absolutely tire yourself out and you just won't have any energy or desire to continue. I think it's especially bad with gacha games too, because you have so much you have to do already, especially if you have like a daily rotation in multiple games, but also the story itself. If you have to catch up with certain things, it's a lot. Then when you also have to do the current patch, it's also just as long. Like for me, when I stream an Archon Quest, I know for a fact that I take longer than some of my other peers because I go over everything. Sometimes I'm a bit like airheaded and forget what I was doing, or I need to take a break in between, things like that. Whereas when I'm on my own, it's probably considerably quicker. And I've also noticed that with world quests as well. With world quests, I tend to take anywhere between, depending on the length of it, in the past, maybe like 2 hours. But if I'm on stream, it will take me like 3.5 to 5 hours, depending on the world quest itself. But that's also because if I'm voicing it and or if I'm really combing through things, not to mention if I'm like stuck on a puzzle. Because I remember, I think it was Risley's quest or someone where I was stuck on a puzzle for 10 minutes straight because I was severely overthinking it. So that's the type of person I am. But I say all that to say I still look forward to it, and I will be doing it and I will be streaming it. Once we get closer, I'll probably find a better time for it, assuming that nothing pops up. But it is something I want to discuss. And I definitely want to get my other, like I want to get my friends and teammates to be able to have a fun discussion stream, but everyone's schedules are so all over the place, so it's very difficult for us to organize things. That being said, I really, really look forward to it. And if you see me retweeting things about literally blue men and possibly rarer, no you don't. No you don't. It's going to be a mix of like fan art and random spontaneous lore threads from like 4 or so years ago, and then I'll elaborate on them more. But yeah, I definitely want to dig deeper into some things off stream. It'll probably take some time. What about green men? Maybe with red scarves? Green men with scarves. How about green women? Oh my gosh, green women. Save me, green women. Save me, never. Oh wait, Ken, you're referring... I know who you're referring to now. No, not at all. But yeah, I know Vega. Absolutely not. No. So cursed. I think it's because I quite literally repressed that character in my mind because I just refuse. I'm in my comfy space and that man does not make me comfy. He is cursed and he's stinky, so he's not valid. The more and more I look at this trailer, the more excited I get. But yeah, I do think, again, Riri will probably be a villain into at least version 4. Or at least I would hope so. Maybe. I don't know what more they would... we'll see. We'll see. Because I need to know what... Because if he's the big bad of this area, of this region, who else will be the conflict? Unless Smay's evil Varka theory proves true. So, you'll just have to see. And now I have to... Oh my gosh, you know what? I think I should probably do my dailies. Oh, right. That woman that Inefa mentioned was in the Wild Hunt. think I'm gonna have to like... I need to fix... Quick. There we go. Before I forget, because I absolutely will. And I also really, really hope that everyone here has been keeping up with their Temper Thyself. I actually forgot I was logged into Genshin Impact today. I think I was so busy just on the... like... trailer.
Paimon coming in! Paimon!
This is my favorite place. Do we think this place is going to change after version Luna 2? Or do we think this place will change at all? Do we think the flowers will change colors? Do we think that the moon in the distance will break or shatter? I'm very curious. The ghostly apparition of a woman, and then River shows up and it gets worse. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh, I think she's sleeping behind... Yeah, I think she's sleeping behind her, her moon again. Because I believe this Kuhenki leads you to her when she's just over here. I think it will become the cave, TM. He's so tired. Oh. I'm still wondering what's going to happen to the Pyronosis. So I feel like we're going to get more Pyronosis stuff when we get Mari Javari. Because mind you, the Mari Javari is going to probably be like one of the patches here in Nodcry. Like it won't be a Nodcry, but it'll be in its own unique space. And then we also have presumably Hyperborea. Possibly, unless they have another area they have in mind. Next patch, Rare is going to talk about the cave. Please listen. I am doing my best. I do not want to think about Rare more than I already have because of the connection with the Crimson Moon. I need for Arlecchino to save me from that man. I need for Father to block all thoughts of Rare from my mind. Like, oh, she's so S tier design, S tier character. Oh my god, I love her. But no, I actually, before I do my dailies, I want to read this again because this is so important. We're all talking about the Crimson Moon. Oh high lord of the nobles of Conria, the crimson red moon has long since fallen into the abyssal firmament, and the blindness of your blood has ended your line. O benevolent lord who leadeth us, should you still pity the children of humanity, then drink deep the wine in this cup. It was an ancient era before the dark sun's light illuminated the underground, and an ancient and glorious clan still ruled that vast kingdom. The dogmatic priests convinced the muddle-minded king upon the throne that the remnants of the crimson moon in the sky ruled all, for it is the color of the moonlight that flows beneath mortal flesh, and the darkness hidden within the bottom of the abyss shall too emerge from the crimson moon. This being so, the king of humanity should take it upon himself the name of the crimson moon, and by the light and flame of two worlds judge fickle fate. Thus they yearned for transcendent individuals to build countless glorious towers, and prayed for the long-dead crimson moon to bring them salvation. Until the astrologists branded as heretics glimpsed in the inverted image of the false sky the origin of all the world's fate. Until the unquenchable flames of doubt and fury blazed across the dreamless realm like wildfire, finally burning to the moonlight-hued palace itself. By the time of the blackened sun, the name of the crimson moon had long faded along with the crimson that had flowed. Only the epithet Bale Moon remained to stain the lingering detritus, whether the unclean who suffered from the curse, or those who or those unblemished ones not yet tainted by fate, none would again consider themselves a follower of the moon's remnants. Few survived the utter destruction of their kind, hiding in the shadows where the sun did not shine, longing for the crimson moon to decree their desire for vengeance be repaid. But the so-called repayment never came, and the dark sun fell to the same ignorance and arrogance. When destruction once again was nigh, only the mocking moonlight spilled forth upon the shadow of the sun, long burnt to ash. Fate, fate, O terrifying and pale fate, why must you abase yourself and submit to such a tyrannical usurper? If the Bale Moon's remnant had already sealed your doom, what meaning could be found in the blood vengeance of bygone days? If the destiny she wove mocks us so, then let us mock destiny as loudly as we may, until the last shadow of the ashen sun burns away the old world, until the crimson moon witnesses the immaculate dawn. It's so fun rereading weapon descriptions, huh? It's so fun. Given the current state of the story and characters we know. My, oh my. Oh my. Also... Oh wait. Fontaine? A candle that you picked up in the ruins after completing the duel against the knave. Legends passed down claim that when the candle's flame flickers in the hands of sinners, the light may become shadows, making footsteps faint and masking fatal intent. You cannot tell what material this is made of, and it weeps no wax after burning, releasing only black ash that scatters into the wind, drifting toward the distant unknown. We love rereading so much. Also, information about Rotong, Reed Miller. There is goodness so much. I was going to do... Oh, that's right. Oh, wait, no, I don't need any more of these. I need... I say I need artifacts. I don't. I'm just spending my resin to spend it. But, oh my goodness, so fun. I love just being able to pick apart things to the best of my ability. I actually do think I really want to try this week to have a Flynn stream where, you know, I'm still screaming that my friend was like, oh, you see sadness in his eyes. I see a man who has not slept. We're not the same. Oops. Did we ever find out what all those little floaty things floating around Arlecchino's weekly boss before you engage her are? I'm honestly not sure. I just theorized that they were children, like children that she lost over the years. Her Schnevnas and I think they're Schneviches. I believe that's what she calls them. Which one is it?
No.
Yeah.
My Snezheviches and Snezhevnas. Those with the courage to walk through shadow, even when the world gets dark. And the conviction to embrace the heat, even at the risk of getting burned. I will do my utmost to teach them how to navigate life. The House of the Hearth begs favors from no one. Like a spider, we hunt for what we want.
Yes. So says Father. What if they're the Crimson Moon equivalent of the Kuvahenki? Interesting. Also, welcome, Goro. That's interesting. You know, I've really been curious about just the overall Like with every cycle, all of the different eras and samsaras of like primordial energies and beings and how they come, well, into being. Because we have azocite, which was an ancient form of elemental energy in Conria. And then we have, let me not overwhelm myself. The best of my knowledge, we have azocite, which was the elemental energy Conrians use. Phlogiston, which exists as, it is high energy in the form of computronium that can take on the form of elemental energy as discovered and manipulated by dragons. Then we have the primordial seawater, which quite literally is primordial life matter itself. And now we have Kuvaki, which is pure light energy, energy from the moon power. Like, I think that all of these incredibly ancient primordial energies and then like after images of beings from, I think they're connected somehow. I need to piece the dots together, but I low-key thought they were the memories she burned. I mean, that's probably what it is. Because her Bale Moon, her blood fire is able to erase quite literally the people themselves and the memories like that. So I don't think that would be completely unfounded. They have the same appearance as the kid spirit from the rest of the quest, right? Safe bet it's one of the older kids that died when she was a kid. That's probably more or less what it is. I need to like really revisit like a lot of ancient Teyvat history because it's just so interesting. Also, I don't even know why I'm looking at these. I don't even know why I'm looking at these. I know they're gonna be bad. I just realized that we have an event that ends tonight that I haven't even done yet. So, oops. Oops to me. But now I'm all the more curious. Oh wait, I need this. It's bad, but it's fine. Well, this will go on someone, I guess. It'll be an off piece. Oh, the Dodoko one? Yes. So I started doing it earlier this week, but they weren't all available at the time. So I just did one. And I'm like, well, once they all unlock, I'll do it. And I meant to do it yesterday, but I didn't.
Close your eyes. To dust. Be silent.
Oh, that's a good Flynn's piece if you're aiming for big ult rotations. I'll be honest, Kim. I just like YOLO it and hope for the best. Oh, someone got friendship. Is it I know? Inefa? Oh my god, I know! She's friendship level 8. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize I've been using her so much. Inefa's almost friendship 10. Oh wait, that reminds me. I need to do this too. But yeah, it took me until this week to realize I should use Inefa's burst in the rotation, even though I don't really aim for rotations like that. I just try to make sure things go as they do. But I think Stygian Onslaught is making me just subconsciously memorize rotations.
This realm is...
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Also not cry teapot. Wait. Is Okay. Nodcry, Serenity Pot, Realm. And also, I still need to make Flynn's room because he specifically he requested to be in a dungeon in a spooky area. So I'll just do that. Flynn's rotation are pretty easy as well. We love playing him. I literally am like, okay, shield and her ult if she has it. I know burst because she always has it. Sucrose E, I could use her Q. And then I just do the thing and then hope for the best. I think he usually averages with some of the plunges like 2 and then 300k if I'm lucky. But I just kind of blink when it comes to him. So he's almost friendship level 6. If I really wanted to, I could use fragile resin and get him here. We're both at C2 unless you've been doing sneaky pulls and have him C3. I promise you, he is R1. He has this. He is still C2 and he is double crowned. Maybe I'll triple crown this if I'm really bored, but it won't be for some time. And his birthday is in like 2 weeks. So far, I gave Skirk a room and a cat. Might give her Sir Pounce a lot. Yeah, I need to actually spruce up my teapot because when Columbina's playable, because I'm manifesting that she's playable, it must be perfect for her. And he needs his like little dungeon area so he can be comfy because he just doesn't want to be around anyone. I don't even imagine if I did get another copy of him, I would just stop at C3 because oh, I'm looking away. Okay. But like, yeah, he, I think he's fine as is. Like you said, Kent, he usually hits between consistent like 200-300, yeah, Ks per rotation, if I do it correctly. But I also really struggle between wanting to refine this. Even though there's no need for me to. It could definitely be on a future character who has the exact same color palette smile. But yeah. Oh, wow. Sorry, I never really noticed the difference before. But yeah, I do look forward. Like Dane? Wait, what like Dane? I'm not from I just zoned out. I'm so sorry. I'm not sure what you meant by like Dane. He's so silly. And again, seeing Varka next to these characters is so... Okay. In terms of color palette, if I'm being fair...
ought not be so frightened of ghosts.
Okay.
They are merely talking shadows, chattering away endlessly about their past affairs.
Thank you, Flins. In terms of blue men, yeah, him... Neuvillette. Dane's... So yeah. I also really like Skirk, so. But on that note, I think I'm going to call it there for stream. I need to unwind a bit before I get ready for the upcoming week. Thank you, Flins. It was really fun today. I do actually want to have a very, very in-depth Flins like lore discussion. Like obviously it'll be silly and stuff like that, but I do. You do love them blue, huh? Listen, some of them are blue. Zhongli, okay, Zhongli is not blue. Of my favorite characters in this game, they're not all blue. Like, one. And I mean like favorite characters. Also, Venti's cute. I love Venti. Little Venti. But like, Mona, Zhongli. Okay. Are we going based on absolutely
but where are those
favorite?
who share the memory?
There's just Mona, Dainsleif, and Zhongli, but like a bunch of characters I like that are high up there, it'd be Mona, Venti, Zhongli, Albedo. Oh, there's so many. Raiden. Kokomi is so cute. Layla! Oh, I love Layla. Baby, I love her. Fiorina, Novelette, Arlecchino, Skirk, Flins. Also, Llama has been added. But like, oh my gosh. Flins is kind of a purple. Oh, he's more like blue. I think he's blue with some purple. Okay, I guess he'll just continue to do this idol. But as I was saying, I'm going to end the stream. Thank you everyone for stopping by. For VOD watchers, I hope you enjoy yourselves. And it's been a very fun time dissecting trailers and being able to speculate with everyone and see where our thoughts all linger. So again, thank you everyone for being here today. I did not anticipate streaming for 4 hours, but it was a blast all the same. And thank you everyone for lurking and coming in. So I really look forward to, well, having more streams. I want to try and have them consistently over the weekend. But I also think, let's see who's on currently. I think I'm going to raid Arnold. And so with that, what should our raid message be? Let's see. If I can remember how to raid. Oh my gosh, I don't. If I'm being honest, I don't know how. I can type actually. I don't know what our raid message should be, but I will figure it out. I will figure how to read. Alrighty. So if you stick around for Arnold, definitely say hello, and I hope you guys have a good time. Bye, guys.